gosh, it's so dark. It's so dark. That's okay though. Hello, if you are watching this on replay, if I didn't delete this. It's 6 in the morning where I am, so I figure if I'm awake and, whenever I'm live, I don't really have, a good time for like UK people or French people or whoever in that part of the world. So whatever's, I'm awake. I may as well be here now. So I'm gonna be whispering because it's very early. It's literally 6:11 a.m. And of course, Rooster is doing what Rooster does. That's his job, is to cock-a-doodle-doo as loud as he can. So anyway, hi, Agatha. Thanks for joining. I know it's very dark in here, but it'll get lighter in a little bit. I'm just gonna be whispering because it's very early in the morning, and I just wanted to see if anyone would drop by. I'll go live later tonight, as long as there aren't any loud parties tonight, because it's Sunday and there tends to be. So if there isn't, I'll go live later tonight with some fun things and whatnot. But yeah. So thank you, Agatha. I'm not really doing that well. That's why I'm here. I didn't sleep, but like I didn't even try to sleep, because I knew I wouldn't. So it's one of those nights. It's been really hard lately with my everything. All my health problems. I've been super aggravated this past week, and the one thing that really seems to calm me down is making videos. So I've been like diving headfirst into that, and thank you, Agatha. I appreciate that. Thanks for chatting, by the way. I'm just gonna be whisper rambling tonight. I don't think I'm gonna actually do anything. I just kind of wanted to see if anyone would hang out with me and give me some company, because I've been really, really lonely this past week and a half. So yeah, and it's been so hard lately to go live. I don't want to be a ball of sweaty gross while I'm live. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I'll just have some nice whispers with you guys. If anyone, I don't know, in like Western Europe, where else like that corner of the world, because it's 6 here, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's like 2, 3 in the afternoon, like 15 o'clock ish, I think. I'm pretty sure. So thank you, Agatha. It's like, I know I'm not alone, but like physically, like I feel really touch deprived, because I've just been alone in my apartment for the past week and a half. I've left my apartment once since my cat died, other than 2 times where I took a lap around the park for 2 days just to get some fresh air, but it was still really hard to do. So I've literally just been doing nothing but researching countries, taking notes, planning videos, filming videos. I already have 3 videos for next week ready to go, and 2 videos for the week after filmed, which I thought that would be a good idea, but I realize now that I have to film 6 countries of the world videos in a row, which oh well, I guess so. They're really interesting countries, and learning a lot. So there's always that. It really takes me out of my education when I'm learning about different histories around the world. Hi, B. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about your kitty. You know, my cat's food delivery company, it's called Chewy. I don't know if it's anywhere else but America, but they always have really good deals on pet food and pet supplies, and they have their own pet pharmacy on there too. But the customer service on that website has always been absolutely remarkable. They're always so on top of everything. So I had to cancel all my orders for my cat, and I sent them a little message because, they're like, why are you canceling? What can we do? And there is no option for my pets dead. So I emailed them and was like, hey, I love your service. I'm going to miss it. My cat's gone. And he always loved getting, his favorite food delivered. And they, like 2 days later, there's a knock on the door. And there's this gorgeous vase of flowers. They're like daisies and little white flowers. And it's with a note from Chewy saying, like, we're so sorry. And we hope this brightens your day. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, on one hand, it's nice, I guess, but like, I don't know why I phrased it like that, but it's just so kind of them. Like, somebody read my email, went out of their way to figure out where to DoorDash me some flowers near me, and send me a little bouquet with a little note on it. Like, that's so kind. Their customer service is absolutely stellar. I remember one time, the first time I needed their customer service was, thanks, Agatha. I appreciate that. It was in, I want to say 2020. I don't remember. It was a couple years ago. I'd ordered my cat's food, and no, it must have been like 2019, like late 2019, because it was the kind of wet food that he really liked, and he stopped liking it not long after that. But I couldn't find it anywhere, and then Chewy finally had it in stock, so I ordered it, and I was so excited, and it came like 2 days late in a box that was all wrinkled and kind of damp, and it wasn't raining or anything, so I was like, oh, maybe one of the little, because it's wet food, like, maybe one of the little things popped open, and I opened it up and was just hit with the stench of vomit. Oh, it was horrible, and I look at the box, and the box is just covered in, like, days old vomit. Like, somebody threw up in the box and then sealed it halfway and sent it. So I got them up, and it's like, I've worked with kids my whole adult life. I know what vomit smells like. I know what that was. It was not exploded cat food. So I called up Chewy like immediately and was like, hey, my order has vomit in it. And the customer service person was like, oh my god. And I'm like, I know. And she went to like refund and all that, and she's like, are you okay? Like, I don't know. Like, I just received a box full of vomit and cat food. So, and then I was mad because I was really looking forward to getting this food for my cat. They didn't have it. Oh, it was such a bummer, but yeah, they got on it like immediately, and the lady on the phone was like, we are so sorry that this happened. I don't know how this happened. It wasn't on our end. I know, but isn't that crazy? Like, I want to know who in the process of shipping that cat food to me threw up in the box, because there's nothing else that could have been. It was just straight up human vomit. It was so weird, but yeah, great customer service. They helped me out immediately. I got my refund before I even got all of the box in a bag and in the trash can outside. Oh my gosh. So random. Anyway, how is everyone else? I'm just gonna stay on finally get tired or my laptop dies, which won't be for like a couple hours. So, yeah. Tonight I built a hotel in The Sims. I spent 3 hours building a hotel, like a little 6-room boutique hotel, 2 stories, and I was actually really proud of how it came out. I really try to practice building on there as much as possible because I'm really terrible at it. But I feel like it came out well. Like, I may even put it up in the gallery for other people to download just because it came out really well. And then I was thinking, I was like, okay, I've been building for 3 hours. I want to stop. I'm pretty much done. But I got an idea to turn it into a wedding venue and to add a third floor with a bridal suite. So I might go back and do that later, like tomorrow night. Oh, your mods, B. Yeah, I go through phases where I'm like, no mods. Like, I'm sick and tired of updating it whenever the game updates and blah, blah, blah. But then, I get fed up playing this game because right now it's really broken. I was building a hotel because in my main save, I'm trying to get one of my old Sims to retire from his job, and he can't. It's glitched. He T-poses and then just resets anytime I try to get him to retire from his job. So there's just so many random glitches. And when I was playtesting the hotel, I was trying to send the Sim around the hotel, and she would literally stand there for 20 Sims minutes and then go do the thing. And sometimes she would stand around for 20 Sims minutes and then just not do anything, cancel the action. So it's 4 p.m. where Agatha is. Wow. Lazy. He T-poses and I know. I'm glad you find that funny. I find it really frustrating because he's having that, whim thing that he hates his job and he's old. I'm trying to get him to retire. dragging myself around until about 3 p.m. and then going back to sleep till around 7 p.m. and then I'm finally kind of awake. It's really bad, and I figure it's just like part of my morning process, like morning my little fuzz, and I'll be okay in like a week or so. It's just like how my body's been reacting to it, you know. But yeah, my sleep schedule will get fixed in probably a week or so. It'll just snap back and it'll go back to normal. And it's trying to find the motivation to be productive. And what if it's Sunday? Don't be too productive. It's the weekend. Take some time to relax. Yeah, it's been difficult on my end. Just all the things that I'm dealing with up here emotionally. My throat's still pretty whacked out from COVID, which I knew was going to happen, which is why I've been isolating myself for the past 6 months. That jerk over there still gave it to me. Anyway, brush out the floof. That's a great idea. Your pup, right? So cute. And I really like that video of Winnie where putting his snacks in this little tray. I don't know, I enjoyed that. Let's see. I've got Topple here. Topple, if you don't know, Topple is named that way because he falls off of everything. Wherever I put him on any surface, he falls off of it. And I've literally caught him. I think I said this in maybe the Kenya video I just put out. I know he's a brat. Literally just like it hanging off the end like this, like ready to go. I'm like, no, stop it. So yeah, I've kept him up here for Elephant Week. I kind of bit some of my nails tonight, so they're kind of scratchy, so I can scratch his little fuzzy body. It's the cutest name. Hi, real person. Great name there. It's the cutest name. Yeah, it fits him. He topples. I have a shelf up in my closet over here that I keep all my little fuzzy friends on. And I just gave up keeping him there because he would always fall off. And I would never ever catch it. I would just look up there one day and be like, wait, where's Topple? He's so funny. He's a little funny guy. I have no memory of getting him. I think when I looked him up, it was a Happy Meal toy in like 1994. Can you imagine if they made little cute Happy Meal toys like this still? But I don't remember getting him. Yeah, and I looked up the other little friends in that collection and I saw, I think it was like a monkey, and I was like, oh my god, I've seen that way back. So I might have had that too, but I don't know where that would have gone because time and all that. But yeah, you know, I've always had a love for elephants, so I always keep all my little elephants. So sleepy now, good. I'm glad. Well, I mean, for Agatha, it's like 4 in the afternoon, so that's kind of bad. I'm sorry. But whispers always do that to me too. I'm gonna do another, let me see if I can grab it right here. Yep. I got the next one of these. And I haven't filmed but it's called The Atlas of Empires, and it just profiles so many different empires from like past and present, and the maps in there are A+. Oh my gosh, they are so good. I'm gonna have to do videos of praising along the different like empires and all the routes that all the conquerors took, and battles and things like that. And but yeah, it's a really good book, and there's lots of good information. The only part that I read was the first chapter about Sumer and Akkad, and I learned so much. Like, I feel like I know so much about Mesopotamia, but it really went into detail, like really into detail about how those empires actually came to be. So I'm excited to read more of that book, especially since excuse me, a country that I'm doing next week is one of those very famous empires, one that I've mentioned so many times on my channel, so that one's in there. So I'll have to read that before I film the history video on it. If I say like who or what it is, it gives away the country, obviously, but I'm just like, I'm in the home stretch on countries right now, and I just want to knock out as many countries. Oh, sorry. Shh. I have Tourette's, don't worry. Sorry. Yeah, I'm almost done with countries, so. Oh no, now my ticks are coming out. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to say it. I'm almost at the end of the countries, so I'm just trying to get through the list as much as possible. And I even revised it. I think I'm gonna finish all the countries, I think, on December 8th now, with Antarctica being the last one. And yeah, if I go live tonight, I'll talk more about that there. But yeah, sorry, I'm glancing at my calendar. I've got some very exciting countries coming up next month. And I decided back when I started my channel that, oh, thank you, Agatha. I decided that I would do premieres for the 5 United Nations superpowers countries. So that's the United States, which I've already filmed, and then the UK, France, Russia, and China are the others. So next month I'm gonna have 1 superpower, and in October I have 2, November I have the last one. So we'll be doing premieres, so you get to like chat with me while you watch the video for the first time. I know, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm jazzed. I'm totally hyped for it. But yeah, and I don't want to give away too much of my plan, because hopefully I can go live tonight and kind of explain more of the plan there. But maybe I'll just do some now. I don't know. But my order that I've been going in, there's a part 1 and part 2, and part 1's gonna finish next week. And I figured after next week I would reveal the order I've been going in. Some people have figured it out, and it's weird because I made this order in July 2020, and I made so many mistakes. And I look back on it and be like, why did I put that there? Why did I include this country? I shouldn't have. Because if I included this country, I should have had this country. I don't know what I was thinking back then. But I'm feeling a yawn. Finally. But something in common, and there's only 4 countries left on that list of things that they all have in common. But yeah, I think only about 5 or 6 people have actually cracked the code and figured it out. And I feel like it's one of those things that when I do announce it, don't worry, Anna, you have to write it all out. Don't worry about it. I figure when I do announce it, people are going to be like, oh, obviously, why didn't I think of that? But I did this order that I'm going in, one, because I didn't want to go in a traditional order, like alphabetical or by like population or by size or anything. I wanted it to be kind of random and all over the place, which worked out for the most part. Not when I wound up doing almost all of Central America back to 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 back. Because that thing in common, they all have the same thing in common. And I thought more people would figure it out then, but I don't think I got any emails or anything about it then, so oh well. And I also figured that I wanted to have a little mystery in my videos, because I knew that, every once in a while you put on an ASMR channel, even if it's your favorite ASMR channel. And, sorry, I was reading Whimsical Apple's comment. I'll get right back to that. I just lost where I was. Sometimes you put on your favorite ASMR channel, brand new video, and it just like doesn't put you out. I wanted to have little mysteries going through my channel, or like one overarching mystery, right? So that people could have something to think about while they're trying to fall asleep and trying to piece it together. So when Whimsical Apple wants me to make videos like the one when I didn't have my microphone, the thing is that I've always had my microphone, especially for my country's videos, I've always had this microphone right here. I think it's because that video is so loud, because I made it purposefully loud. So, yeah, but people complain that my videos are too loud. So I've turned it down, and I haven't heard any, you're too quiet, you're too loud, so I think I'm at the right volume. I think the only lo-fi video that's on my channel that I use my phone's microphone is my very, very, very first video, because my, oh, thank you, Anna. Thank you. It's not loud at all. Oh, okay. I know, to me, it's the perfect volume, but people are saying it's way too loud, and I just wanted to be like, well, just turn down the volume. But, thank you so much, Whimsical Apple. Yeah, I'm just doing what, like, the most people have said that I should be doing, so, I'm not sure, Whimsical Apple, exactly what kind of audio quality you're looking for then, but, I'm not sure. At 30. Yeah, like, right now, since it's so hot and I have to sleep with the fan on, I need louder videos, because I'm not one of those people that can go to sleep to just like white noise. I need to hear someone talking or crinkles or something. I need ASMR triggers to fall asleep. So there's not really a lot of really, really loud ASMR videos that I can hear over my fan. This afternoon, well, evening, it's 6:41 a.m. where I am right now in California. I was snoozing to Southern ASMR Sounds' BoxyCharm unboxing video, but the problem with her is that she's so funny that I'm just like cracking up the whole time. I'm relaxed and calm and I can hear her over my fan, but I'm also giggling because she's hysterical. Mary's so funny. She's one of my inspirations for sure, in that she just puts out content nonstop, and they're Canadian, who's Canadian? Mary? No. I don't know. I'm giving up. Okay, have a good nap, Agatha. Me. Oh, sorry. That guy. Okay, that guy's Canadian. Anyway, whatever. Now I've forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, I don't know, Anna. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Cherry ASMR. Okay, I'll look into that. I only have like 8 or so videos in my loud ASMR playlist, and I just exhaust myself through that. But yeah, I'll look into that for sure. I feel like I'm at the point where I need some new channels to start watching. You know, like when because I subscribe to like over 100 ASMR channels, but I'm always like, I don't know who to listen to. Sometimes, because I'm a Leo and I can fall asleep to the sound of my own voice, I'll put on like a really old video I made that I don't really remember what's in it and fall asleep to that. But yeah, and I listen to so many too. Way too many. And there's some channels that I like, educational channels. Goodnight Moon, oh my gosh. Like Goodnight Moon, like I actually want to see and hear the whole video, so I'll watch them in the day when I'm wide awake. What are my fave TV shows or movies? Well, okay, movies. I love movies. Oh, that was my ankle. I love movies. It's my favorite art medium, so I'll do that last. As for TV shows, because I don't really watch a lot of TV, I was really into The Office like 10 years ago, and now like everyone loves The Office, so it feels kind of weird. Like it feels really pretentious to say, oh, I love The Office, because everyone loves The Office now. It's all over the place, which is cool, but I don't know. Like, I actually watched that show when it was on TV. Like, I'd actually like watch it at 9 p.m. on NBC on Sundays, like every week. Schitt's Creek and The Good Place. I haven't tried Schitt's Creek. I know it's hilarious, I've heard. And Good Place, I watched season 1, and I enjoyed it, but I never finished it. It was alright. It was fun. I liked all the philosophy in it. The Office or Parks and Rec. Oh my gosh, Parks and Rec. I feel like, because they're very similar, right? Oh, I don't know what show I want to say. Yeah, The Office is a particular kind of, it's British humor is what it is. But Parks and Rec is more like The Office, but American humor. And it's just really heartwarming and sweet. And, it's The Office is an ensemble cast where all the characters hate each other. And Parks and Rec is an ensemble cast where all the characters adore each other. So it's a really lovely show. But you know what I started watching on HBO? It's called Wellington Paranormal. And it's like The Office in that it's a workplace documentary comedy about the Wellington police, but they solve paranormal crimes. And it is so funny. I feel like The Office meets The X-Files. It's absolutely hysterical. It's so good. And yeah, it's worth watching. It's so funny. But yeah, I've only watched like maybe 5 episodes of that, but I've loved every single one. It's great. I recommend that show for sure. I tried to watch Our Flag Means Death. Oh, don't bother watching that one. Anna Superstore, I think it's called. It's not that good. or Black Queen's death, because everyone I know that's seen it's been like, oh my gosh, it's so good. But I watched the first episode of Superstore or whatever. I watched the first episode and I was like, I find no joy in this. Like, I get it. It's funny. It's clever. It's witty. It's a new take on pirates or whatever. But I didn't get into it, and I feel bad because everyone I know loves it. I don't know. I just didn't enjoy it. Oh well, I tried. And movies. Yeah, I love movies a lot. I love really, like, I tell people I like good movies. Like, I don't like Marvel movies. I don't like summer blockbuster movies. Like, people are like, have you seen the new Top Gun? I'm like, no. Like, not that the original Top Gun isn't good. I like the original Top Gun, but I have absolutely no interest in seeing the sequel. But yeah, so I like to watch. What I do is that I really don't watch any movies all year unless it's like a Star Wars or something, because Star Wars is my favorite. But I wait until the Golden Globes and Oscars nominees are out, and I watch all of those movies before the awards. And then I have a great time watching the awards. I tell people, because I don't celebrate Christmas, that's my Christmas. That's the best day of the year, is the Oscars. I've watched the Oscars every year since I've been alive. And because my mom also loved the Oscars, and she would prop me in her lap as a baby and watch it. So every single year I've been alive, I've watched the Oscars and always loved it. Since I haven't been able to go to work, I've been trying to go through and watch as many Best Picture winners as I can that I haven't seen before. And there's been some surprises. The Emmys too. Well, the Emmys is TVs, so I don't really watch a lot of TV, but I pay. Well, no, it's Golden Globes that does TV and movies. Emmys is just TV, but yeah, I always think like, oh, next time the Emmy nominees come out, I should write down all the shows and just watch all the shows, start to finish, just go through the list. But then I never do. But yeah, I've watched. Let me see. I should grab my journal because I wrote them all down. I'm going backwards. I have not seen Desperate Housewives, Whimsical Apple. Not my kind of show, kind of, but no, thank you. I remember I watched Dances with Wolves because I was 5 when that movie came out, and I very clearly remember my mom taking me to the movies at like 10 p.m. and, you know, sitting us in the theater and watching Dances with Wolves so that I would fall asleep, and I did. I kept waking up randomly and saying like just Native Americans and being like, what's going on? And then I'd fall back asleep. So like, it's like I saw Dances with Wolves, but I didn't because I was 5 and asleep. So I watched that. It was okay. It's like, for the time, I'm sure it was amazing. But I have watched Game of Thrones, and oh my gosh, I was obsessed with Game of Thrones when it was on. And it's funny because with my accent, I say Game of Thrones, like Gamma, Game of Thrones. I don't say Game of Thrones. It's Game of Thrones. I tried to read the first book, Whimsical Apple, and then I just realized that it was the show word for word, scene for scene. So I always thought, well, I figure once the show reaches the point where the books end, I'll read the books, but then I never did because they're very long. Oh my gosh. But yeah, when Game of Thrones was first on, those first few seasons were absolutely amazing. You read it in middle school. I mean, I also read a lot of like crazy high fantasy in middle school, so I read a lot of Terry Goodkind in middle school and high school. I loved those first few seasons upset at the end of that last episode. I was like, this turned out to be the worst show ever. Yeah, wrap up at season 11. No, it was 7, right? 7 was the last season. Season 8, whatever it was. I hated it. It was so bad. So, I don't know about the House of Dragon show. I know George has worked on it, but I don't know. George has a weird thing about the Targaryens. Like, I feel like the reason that he's helped on it is that he loves the Targaryens. It is coming out today. And like, I know he's got into a rift where, what was that interview when someone was asking, like, why are the Targaryens, like, why did you make them like this in the show? And George was like, well, it's historical accuracy. And it's like, historical accuracy of the dragon people. That's not a thing, George. It makes you a little worried, because I read a lot of Terry Goodkind, and I reread those books a few years ago, and they were horrible. But I loved it as a teen. And he was also one of those authors who was like, well, this is what the characters told me happens. And I think, yeah, in regards to his own universe that he made up out of his head, that, oh, there goes a toilet, I'm sorry. People are waking up in my building. I feel like it's cool that you're letting your imagination dictate the plot of these books, but what if your imagination sucks? Like, that's what happened to Terry Goodkind. He got really weird halfway through his Sword of Truth series, and the books got super bad, and he would like staunchly defend them because that's what happens, you know. He's not writing the plot, the characters are. And it's like, well, maybe you should write the plot, Terry. I don't know. It's kind of bad. Maybe you shouldn't let these imaginary people in your head write your books for you. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like George has been doing that lately. I feel like, my goodness. I think that's the new neighbor. That door's broken. The Warrior Cats. Yeah, I never read those because there's just so many. I got intimidated. But I've heard that they're amazing. So hungry, go eat something, Anna. Gosh, if you're hungry, eat. If you're tired, sleep. That's what life's all about. But yeah, books are weird. It's so rare to find a book series that's just great, start to finish, or gets better as they go. Only the first 4. Oh, that's right. And then it was a ghostwriter, huh? I know I read the Animorphs books when I was a teen. And I know that most of those were ghostwritten by K.A. Applegate. But man, those books were wild. Absolutely insane. I mentioned this back in my Rwanda video, how I was working with a charity, and they had come into contact with someone who worked at an orphanage in Rwanda, gosh, like 15 years ago now. So it was for like, you know, kids from the genocide who were now like 15, 16 at that time. And this lady's like, one of these kids walked up to me and asked what Twilight was. And I realized that our library is so lacking, and we need more like teen books. Like all we have are like kids books. So I helped out with a book drive to send books to Rwanda, and I sent all my entire Animorphs collection. It was like 53 books, and then like 7, 8 different like special like side story books or prequel books. I sent them all to this orphanage in Rwanda. So those kids they're set. They can read that whole crazy story front to back, back to front if they want. No books missing at all. They're all pretty good condition. But yeah, I'm proud of that because those books were taking up space. I was maybe like 20 or so when that happened, and it's like, I'm never going to read these again. I don't want like 60 books just sitting here that I'm never going to read again. So they went to Rwanda. And I kind of wonder what's happening there now because the genocide was like 25, almost 30 years ago, right? So it was in 93. Yeah, so I'm sure obviously there's still orphans in Rwanda, but not like now there was. I know it's sad. Gosh, it's an absolutely devastating. Speaking of movies, Hotel Rwanda, 94. That sounds right. Actually, it was 94 because the OJ trial was happening at the same time. So all of the news in the U.S. was about OJ Simpson. Meanwhile, the Rwandan freaking genocide is happening. So like a lot of like knowledge and awareness of that just didn't happen because of OJ Simpson. Yeah, it was 94. Yeah, Hotel Rwanda is a really great depiction about the Rwandan genocide. Don Cheadle's in it. It's a fantastic movie. It's sad, 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 sad. Yeah, it was an upsetting genocide. It almost happened in Burundi too, because they're the same ethnic groups, but it didn't go like there was violence, but it didn't go that far. Yeah, it's really sad. Checking my countries to see if there's anything like. I have a couple of the last couple of former Soviet countries coming up, and they were used as logs. And gosh, it's sad. How did it happen? Okay, let me take you back. Let me teach you about the Rwandan genocide. So, in this area, it's like Central Africa, like almost the middle of Africa, in the jungle. The gorillas live there. That's how jungly it is. There were two different ethnic groups living side by side, and let me see if I can remember how each one was. The Hutus were the farmers, and the Tutsis were the ranchers. I'm pretty sure it's that or the other way around. One ethnic group was a traditional farming group. The other herded like cows, mostly just cows. And the Tutsis came to dominate the Hutus. So when the European powers came, in this case it was the Belgians, the more dominant power. And when the Belgians took over the area, they made, kind of like in South Africa, they made ID cards that you had to carry around that said if you were Hutu or Tutsi. Keep in mind, the literal only difference between these two ethnic groups is that once upon a time, one farmed and one herded cattle. They're pretty much biologically, DNA level, exactly the same. There's no real physical difference. Some people say there is, but there really is not. That's the only difference. And by this point, in like the 1920s, neither culture was doing either of those things. So there was just crazy tension between the two, and it just escalated after independence. And it got to the point where, oh my gosh, okay, all the details. Basically, there was I feel like I'm gonna mix it up. It was the Tutsis persecuting the Hutus, yeah, right. Anna, let me know if I got it backwards. But the Tutsis were coming into political power, but the Hutus were like at the top still. And the Tutsis organized to slaughter all the Hutus. And when the president was assassinated, he was in an airplane and someone blew it up. Oh, sorry. Hi, Liam Lask. I'm sorry I'm talking about the Rwandan genocide. It's not very relaxing. The president was blown up in an airplane, and was the signal, and these people literally grabbed their machetes and went out and just started slaughtering as many Hutus as they could. And millions, like I think like 2 million people were killed in like 3 weeks, like horribly, like butchered with knives. Like it wasn't like, oh, they were rounded up and all. No, like they were butchered, men, women, children. Millions more fleeing the country. And what country was it? I want to say it was the Central African Republic. The only way that people started to notice was after a week or so, their rivers were filled, like the water coming upstream were full of bodies, and they're like, what's happening over there? There's this one really sad scene in Hotel Rwanda where Don Cheadle's trying to drive to find someone to rescue them, and the road gets all bumpy, and he gets out and it's just all bodies on the road. And that's a true story. It's based on an actual person, so like that really happened to him. Horrifying stuff, but yeah, it took a lot of rebels and other countries coming in to help to put a stop to it. It went on for like, I want to say 2 months. And yeah, but I donated to an orphanage because millions of kids suddenly didn't have parents anymore. So yeah, that's the story of the Rwandan genocide. They have come out of that remarkably, and did the Dutch. The Belgians, actually, they were a Belgian colony. But yeah, everyone abandoned them. It was horrible. I've heard stories through the charity I used to work with of someone who survived, and she was like, because she had relatives in America, and she was calling them saying like, when is help coming? And they're like, well, what's wrong? Like, what's happening? And she's like, hello, But yeah, they've really moved forward out of that in a remarkable way, and persecuting those who deserve to, and forgiving those who are regretful of what they've done. They're a very peaceful nation now, very prosperous, very like forward on women's rights. They have more women in their parliament, I think, than any other country, and they're really working on being like carbon neutral, carbon negative, whatever. Really working on like focusing on the environment more than anything. But yeah, this guy that just moved in that I share a wall with is so loud in the morning. He gets on his phone in the morning. It's 7 o'clock right now, and talks at the loudest possible volume. I know, 94, is that nuts? So recent. And there's been others that have happened just as more recently that people just like don't care about. Anyway, he's gonna talk on his phone for like maybe 2 hours in the loudest possible voice and in Spanish, so I can't even understand most of it. See how dark it is in here? Oh, it's still pretty dark. Okay. Oh, you can see my trash can that's full. Ignore the trash can. There we go. Okay, so his thing is that he's opening a food truck. Hello. Ignore my trash can. I'll clean that up later. He's opening a food truck. So I assume that it's something to do with business. But why every morning, 7 a.m., he's on the phone talking so loudly? Whatever. I figure it's morning, the sun's up, people are outside, it's fine, it's whatever. I just don't understand why you can't talk quietly on the phone. I don't know. I'm one of those that I try to keep my voice low on the phone because I don't want, these walls aren't very thick, I don't want the whole house hearing my business, but apparently he doesn't care. And the other guy that lives near me that speaks so loud, I don't know why. he talks at a 10. But he's speaking in Arabic, so I truly cannot understand it. So yeah, it's really annoying when I hear two different phone conversations, one in Spanish, one in Arabic, of just these men like shout talking into their phones. I know it's so early, but whatever. The sun's up, it's fine. If it was like 5 in the morning, that would be different. Or if it was like 11 o'clock at night, that would be different. But whatever, it's 7. It's fine. But yeah, that was it. I haven't really thought about the Rwanda genocide for a minute. I know, gosh. It was a really sad event. It was really hard to favorite Asian dramas. Okay, so 7 different songs competing with Williams. I don't really watch a lot of Asian dramas. I've only ever watched one K-drama all the way through, and it was Descendants of the Sun, and I loved it. But it's such like a roller coaster. Hey Daryl, I'm so glad you liked the Cypress video. I'm really glad. But yeah, I haven't really watched. Oh, thank you, XL. I literally am a mess right now, so thank you. My room is a mess. I haven't cleaned it since 2 days ago, and I'm just a sloppy person, I guess. I'm going through it. So, yeah, I'm allowing myself to go through it. So yeah, I really haven't seen. I watched. What was the one about the girl that winds up in North Korea? I forget what it's called. It'll come to me in a minute. I watched like the first 2 episodes of that, and I know the new lawyer one is like the hot show right now. Crash Landing on You, thank you. That's what it's called. I watched the first 2 episodes of that. It was really interesting, but I never finished it. Yeah, I've started a lot of K-dramas that I just never finished, so because I'm not really a TV person. I don't know why I like movies. I like to watch start to finish. Extraordinary Attorney You, thank you. I'm so glad. I always wanted to watch the Goblin show. That one sounded really interesting when that was out. And there is an OST song that I got in my head all the time. Oh, I think it was Ailey, right? Ailey's song. It was like a big hit, and I love Ailey, so. But yeah, I really enjoyed watching Descendants of the Sun when that was out. K-drama about a lawyer with autism. Oh, interesting. Is it like actual autism, or is it like Sherlock, where he's like a weird, or like Bang Theory? They're like a lovable autistic person. Because I don't know how I feel about depictions of people like that anymore. Sherlock, the BBC Sherlock is another show that when I watched it at first, I loved it. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much. I loved it. And those last 2 seasons were horrible, especially the last one. Because it's only 3 episodes a series. All 3 of those last 3 episodes were absolute garbage. They were horrible. So like, it's another reason why I don't watch a lot of TV. It's just like shows are either just okay or fun, or they just get terrible. It's like I don't want to watch it anymore. It's gonna be bad. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, let's see. It's really inaccurate regarding the Cypriot side and the Turkish side. The ghost towns of Famagusta. Yeah. It sounds like an interesting place. I know I have a lot of British subscribers, and that's one of those places that British people always go on vacation to. It's like Cyprus, Majorca, Portugal, but Majorca. Yeah. Like there's a couple places that like British. You know what's weird? I've been meaning to talk about this on my video, or my channel, but I haven't really found the place to. If anyone here is British, British people are obsessed with Orlando, Florida. When I was commercials about booking an Orlando vacation, and this was like 20 years ago. The Scottish, well, yeah, it's such a stereotype. That when I was in England, there were so many commercials about going to Orlando, and so many like weird giveaways on different TV shows. You could win an Orlando vacation. And the 2-3 times I've been to Orlando, there are so many British people there. In all the theme parks and everywhere, there's so many British people. And all of my British friends, every single one, has been on a vacation to Orlando. Every single one. So it's like, who in the Orlando tourism industry is pushing Orlando so hard on the British? We're in Florida, gosh. Yeah, there's so many or ads to like go visit Orlando, or you could win a trip for 4 to Orlando. Orlando sucks. It's horrible. It's disgusting hot. It's yeah, the weather's horrible. I remember being at the hotel, and part of the walkway outside was closed off, and there happened to be an employee there because I couldn't really see, like it was just like a section of the sidewalk. And I asked a employee walking by, like, hey, what's happening over there? Why is that piece, like 3 sections of sidewalk closed? And she was like, oh, it's sinking. Like, that was the chair, not me, I promise. It's a squeaky chair. I was like, I haven't actually been to Disney World. I've been to Universal. Let me move this over here. I'm trying to block my full trash can. I told myself that the only reason I'd ever go back to Orlando was to go to Disney World, because I've never actually been to Disney World. But yeah, it's horrible there. I got really bad heat stroke at Orlando the first year I was there, and had to like limp my way back to the hotel. And like the first aid guy at Universal was just like, oh yeah, just do this, because that's what he deals with all the time, is just people with heat stroke constantly. And it's like, why do people live here? It's the worst. And a lot of my UK friends, the only place in America they've been to is Orlando. And I want to be like, I promise you the rest of America is nothing like Orlando. I promise you. Orlando is the worst. Florida is awful. It's full of alligators. Yeah, it's weird. And like, Disney parks seem stressful. Yeah, Disney World seems stressful. It's 5 different parks, right? Well, it's kind of like 4, because apparently Epcot is like garbage now. But you know, I've grown up on Disneyland. Back when it was only 1 park, now it's 2, and the second one isn't even that big of a park. So like, Disneyland is so chill compared to what I imagine Disney World is like. All the other Disney parks just seem very chill. Disney Paris, oh my gosh, I'm getting so many recommended Instagram reels of videos from Disney Paris, and it just seems so lovely. It seems great. But yeah, Epcot's a hoot. Drink every country. But yeah, I only know secondhand stories about Disney World because I've never actually been. But yeah, because I love Disneyland a lot. It's so great there. Favorite Disney movies. Sleeping Beauty has always just been very like right here. Aurora's my bae, and that movie's just so beautiful. All those backgrounds are hand painted, and it's just a really lovely movie. I also like how Philip just goes completely mute halfway through the movie, just stops talking. I want to know the story of what happened there. They just like lost that voice actor. Like, Maleficent is like taunting him, and he's just like say something, Philip. Aladdin, I love Lion King. Princess and the Frog's very good too. Been to Dallas Dallas, Austin, and Vegas. Mulan is great. Um, yeah, the only recent movie that I've enjoyed like the past 10 years was Moana. I loved Moana. I'm not a Frozen person. I'm not a Rapunzel person. But yeah. I don't really watch a lot of movies. Like movies that are just made for the sake of pumping out a movie to make money. I like art films, so I like really beautiful movies and really good movies and movies that you can really tell that someone put their heart into, which I think is why I liked Moana, because it was made by the people who did like Hercules and what else? I think they did Aladdin too. I want to say, I'm not sure. It was those same people, so that's why Moana was amazing. But yeah, for me, Disney movies are either perfect or horrible. There's no in between. But I still love Disneyland. I think it's very magical. There's some real magic there, and I haven't been in years and years and years. I was supposed to go in 2020. What else? He's going to talk as loud as he can on the phone. I don't know. Maybe he has a hearing problem. Go Cowboys. Yeah, it's not that they're popular. It's just that the popular movies tend to be really bad. Like they're made in a way to appeal to as many people as possible, or to appeal to a very specific demographic that I'm just not a part of. So, yeah. Daryl likes the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not a football person. I'm a hockey person. I've been to Vegas, I want to say 3 times, but literally the last time I went to Vegas was in 2007, so that whole city's completely changed since I was last there. Probably like a good 30-something hotels have been built since I was last there. And I still really enjoyed it though. I don't drink and I don't really gamble, so I go there for everything else, the shows and the sights and everything else. It's a fun place to be. And I've stayed at, I stayed at the Riviera, which doesn't exist anymore. It got blowed up to build another hotel. But that was like one of the original hotels back when Las Vegas started to boom. And then after that, I always stayed all night. That's cool. You get to stay in a pyramid. All the elevators are sideways. And it's walking distance to everything, so I'd always just stay there. Daryl, I am from San Francisco. I've been here my whole life. And yeah, I've traveled. Gosh, okay, let's figure out how many states I've been to. Obviously, California. I've been to Oregon, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado. Someone's stolen my light bulb. No, it's just 7 in the morning. And my windows are closed, Dave. My light's over here, but I am very sensitive to light. My eyes, I have chronic migraine, so I always stay in the dark as much as possible. Okay. California, Oregon, Nevada, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri. I've been to Missouri the most. I've been to Oregon the most, but Missouri's second. I love Missouri. Indiana, Iowa, Massachusetts, Florida, and then I've driven through to get to Florida, like Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, I want to say it was. And then I've taken a train through New Mexico and Arizona. But I didn't really get off the train, so it doesn't really count. Like I've been to the Minneapolis airport, and I want to say the Houston airport. It was in Texas. Who knows which one it was? So like I've been in those states, but the airport doesn't count, right? Yeah, Vegas in 2018. Yeah, North Wales is very different from Las Vegas. Massachusetts. I haven't been to Canada or Mexico. The only 4 countries I've been to are England and France. Let's see. The nap was great. I'm so glad, Agatha. I hope you enjoyed it. New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Virginia, Florida, California, Louisiana, Mississippi, MS, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, and you're lying. Dave, you've been to so many places. My goodness. Lake Mead levels, I'm sure, are horrific. Goes down from, did Plymouth. Awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about Plymouth. Very historic town. Yeah, I'm sure Lake Mead is like decimated. I know a lot of water we have here is very, very low. But like, it's kind of normal this time of year for us to have drought. Oh well, Rooster. Dave, what have you done that have made you go to so many different states? I've seen from Montreal. Oh my gosh. Because you avoided the snow. Nice. Yeah, I imagine up in Montreal, the snow's pretty bad. Obviously, being a Californian, I'm not a snow person. I've been in the snow. Hold on. Pardon me. I have been in the snow very few times. It was a road trip. That's amazing. I've been to Crater Lake when it started snowing, and I'd never seen snow falling and sticking to the ground before. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And 2 minutes later, I'm like, I hate this. The times that I've been in snow, I've been like, why am I in the snow? This is awful. Get me out of the snow. It's just wet and cold. Like, just go swimming at that point. But, yeah, I'm not a snow person. You do gigs. And they don't go to Europe. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, my landlady has chickens and a rooster, so rooster goes off at like 5:30 and he keeps going until about 8, 9 o'clock. So it'll be November. Yeah, it's like roosters doing what roosters do. It's the morning, right? So she has like tons of chickens. She loves her chickens. It's funny. This guy that lives next door, and he moved in, I was listening to him talk to my lady, and both of them don't speak English as their first language. And he's asking her, like, oh, you have chickens? And he goes, to eat for food? And she goes, no, they're my friends. It's like, oh, so cute. To make pulapo. Yeah, she doesn't eat her chickens. They're her friends. She sells their eggs, though. And baby chicks whenever they're born. The ones that she doesn't keep. You want to know a sad story? Oh my gosh. I was just chilling out here. This sounds like whale sweating. I was chilling out here. Actually, I was in my bathroom over there. And I heard the chickens just cluck, 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 like panic. And I'm like, oh my god, something happened. And I look out my window and my landlady's there. And she's like, a hawk just came and took one of the babies. Like, in front of her. And I'm like, that is so freaking traumatizing. Oh my gosh. I felt so bad. She was so sad. She just saw one of her little babies die right in front of her. But like, that's nature. You've got hundreds of chickens, Daryl. I know. I just, it's so sad. And then like 2 days later, there's like a glass door on this side. I had it open, and I saw the hawk just right past, and I was like, oh my god, the hawk's back. So I called my landlady. I'm like, I saw the hawk outside my window, and I don't think she understood me. I don't think she understood that. Goodness, that I saw it just now. She was like, oh yeah, there's a hawk. And I was like, no, the hawk's here. So she came out, and one of her chickens was like dead on the ground. Like, ugh, gosh, but it hasn't come back since then. was like, yeah, you're here literally during like the 1 week that it's hot. And I even got a sunburn when I was in Wiltshire. I was going to Stonehenge. I got a sunburn. I went to Stonehenge in Avebury, opposite the chicken farm. I can smell it and then hear it. Yeah. Yeah. I went to the UK and Ireland. Oh, I'd love to go to Ireland. I have to go to Ireland at some point. Yeah, summer is the time apparently, because it's not this summer, but it just seems like when it's hot there, it's like a regular day here. Yeah, it sounds like it was absolutely miserable hot a few weeks ago during that heat wave. I felt so bad for everyone over there. It's hard to get through a hot day, I know. I've been through so many hot days here. But yeah, apparently like a typical hot summer day in the UK is just like a regular day here. It's getting monsoon, oh my gosh. They're complaining about the heat. Well, listen, the heat is different in different parts of the world, right? When I was in Paris, it was during a massive heat wave, and it was 114 degrees Fahrenheit in Paris. And we were miserable. Miserable. You're going in February, that's awesome. Absolutely miserable. And there was a garbage strike going on. So the streets were full of garbage. And it smelled so bad. And it was so hot. And of course, nowhere has air conditioning because they just don't do air conditioning in that part of the world. And yeah, 90, and you're used to 70. Yeah, it's just like you just want to like rip your skin off because nothing you do gets you cool enough. It's so miserable. But yeah, it's almost September, so autumn is coming. Winter is coming. You know, the good times are coming soon. Is what I've told myself. The summer here, like it's been consistently in the 90s. There's only ever been a couple of days where it hit 100. Sit in the shower, the cold, yeah. It's raining in Texas. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like this summer wasn't that hot here. Like it was hot some days, but I'm used to just being 100 degrees for like 2 months in a row, and it wasn't that this year. Like Anna said, 3 months straight of 101 and no rain. That's what a normal summer here is like. And then we get wildfires, so it's full of smoke outside all the time. So, like, you can't even. The French protesting, surely not. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Yeah, it's usually the last few summers here in California have been pretty miserable. This one has not been that bad. They had snow when he was out on his motorcycle. That's funny. Except for when I remember that cold snap in Texas in January. That sounded miserable. The one that Ted Cruz went to Mexico for. 3 days of snow. 3 videos on it. Oh, cool. I should look that up. I haven't seen those yet. But the thing about California is that, you know, we have the hot days and we have earthquakes, but like that's it. That's literally it. And then other places in the US have snow and hurricanes and tornadoes and thunderstorms. And yeah, I'm in California. Yes. In San Francisco. Yeah, and like those weather things we just straight up don't ever get here, so is that no matter what this I'm not Canadian. You know, when I was in England, every British person that I met was like, oh, whereabouts you from? You from Canada? And I'm like, no, San Francisco. Yeah, but I don't know. Dave says there's some high places that get snow in California, and there are, but I don't live in those high places. There's quite a few places here that get snow, but I do not um, go to those places when there is snow. It just sounds horrible, and I don't like ski or anything, so I don't like doing anything that I have to attach things to my feet that make me move. Skates, I guess skis, any rollerblades, I don't do it. How many Canadians do YouTube? Yeah, I guess. I always try to talk on here with what I call my ASMR accent. I know I want to. I mean, the snow, like Tahoe and stuff. No, thank you. But yeah, I try not to talk in my California accent because I don't think it's very tinkly. ASM accent, yeah. We mesh a lot of our words together, and we don't enunciate a lot of consonants. It's mostly just like vowels. Sometimes I listen back to myself while I'm talking and like, how do other people understand what we're saying? We're literally just talking like blah blah blah. I don't. Should I try to do it quietly? Be like talking in my accent. Like if I'm just talking normally, it just kind of sounds like this. No, I can't do it. I can't do it when the mic's on because I can hear myself. You can't be. You're not shoutly. California, it's just we talk like all of our the words in each sentence is just like one big long word, and we don't say a lot of consonants. Like if I do say y'all, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's horrible. What's a good example? Oh man, I mentioned it in a video a while ago. What was it that I said that like? I don't remember. I know I did have a friend come through, and I was trying to recommend her places on her drive south. Do you ever hear yourself in cringe? No. I'm a Leo. I love the sound of my own voice. I could do this all day. I cringe more like what I'm saying, not the sound of my voice. But I was recommending her a place to stop and eat, and it's at a place called Santanella is the name of the town. It's a Danish restaurant. It's so good. We see old horses here. But with my accent, it's Santanella. So it's like I have to, if someone doesn't know, they're not going to know that Santanella is Santanella. Like, fixin' to. Oh my gosh, like your funny words, Santa. But you don't get tingles, Daryl. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Your brain damaged. What's for breakfast? I already kind of ate breakfast. I had, okay, so my dad was from Arkansas, and he fed me a lot of Arkansas food. So I had some biscuits and gravy for breakfast, but it was like a microwave version. So the biscuit comes out kind of soggy, but the gravy is perfect. It's perfect. It's like a sausage gravy, but on the biscuit. And that's what's important is the gravy. Funny. 24-hour Geographic. You'll be fixed. Funny. Poor Daryl doesn't have tingles after a car crash. I'm so sorry to hear that. I very rarely get tingles, but when I do, they're super strong. So I just like appreciate it. Like when I was little, and right, when I was little and I would feel tingles, I would like freeze and just like not move because I was worried if I was moved, the tingles would stop. So I just like sit very still. Yeah, you know, biscuits in the South are just on a whole other level than biscuits in any other part of the U.S. Egg sausage for the soup. Yeah, that's how it's done, Anna, exactly. I also have, okay, my freezer's right here. I'll show you another Arkansas food I have that's British biscuits, American biscuits. Big difference. I love British biscuits. Its official name is creamed chip beef, but apparently in Arkansas it's called shit on a brick. So you make toast and you get some country gravy with some beef in it, and you pour it all hot all over the toast, and then you fold up the toast and nom 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 nom, and it's so good. But it's apparently an Arkansas thing. Yeah, it's really good in like the most terrible way. So I finally found some of these, and I just got a toaster a few months ago. So I'm happy I got my shit on a brick again, even though it's just a microwave version. I don't really have a kitchen, so I can't really make gravy. Eggs Benedict is good. American biscuits are like scones in Europe, but without any sugar. I would not say that, Dave. I've listened to Pink Venom 20 million times. American biscuits are like, they're just bread rolls. They're just bread rolls. And I feel like there's 3 different kinds of American biscuits. One is just like a plain, just like a roll of bread, and you cut it in half and you put butter in it. And then there's Southern biscuits, where they just come out flaky and warm, and you don't need any butter or anything on it because they're just so rich and creamy. I think they must use buttermilk or something. Buttery, flaky fat, but it's so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so good. And then there's Hawaiian rolls, or like the other kind of biscuit. They're called Hawaiian rolls, and they're really, really, really sweet. Like not sugar sweet. Like the bread is just really like sweet. I don't know how else to describe it. It's not sweet like sugar though. It's just very like light. Yeah, honey, that's what it is for sure. Biscuit with ham and cheese and warmed. Yeah, oh my gosh. I know. And then in the South, they'll make the biscuits really big, and then they'll turn it into a biscuit sandwich. Stop, it's so good. The chicken roll in Ireland. Yeah, it's food description ASMR time, apparently. Yeah, it's like, it's just because biscuits are different in like other parts of the world doesn't mean that our biscuits are bad. They're just something completely different. Like what we would call English biscuits, those are not crackers. Like they're kind of like crackers. I don't know. But yeah, said Nando's. Funny. And cookies, kind of like cookies. Like not really. Like if you had to compare them to cookies, it would be like shortbread cookies, but biscuits aren't shortbread. Shortbread is shortbread. But that's like the closest kind of cookie that we have to British biscuits. A little tummy, like gravy in there. Use some Mediterranean food, some barbecue pork chop. Stop. Yeah, I really don't like scones. I'm not a fan of sweet breads, like Hawaiian rolls. I'll eat them, but I don't really like them. I don't know. I'm really particular about like how sweet things are. I just don't enjoy it. Like I don't like baklava at all. At all. I can't stand. I can't even take a bite of baklava. It's so sweet. I think it must be the honey, because if that's what makes the Hawaiian roll sweet, I think I just don't like things with honey in it. No, I don't mind honey. I like honey and tea. Oh well. Like savory bread. Yeah, like I come from San Francisco, where sourdough bread was invented. And if you've had sourdough bread, you haven't had San Francisco sourdough bread. It's the best bread in the world. Oh my gosh. Because we still have the place where sourdough was invented, still making bread. And they do clam chowder bread bowls. So it's a big old sourdough round bowl, and they scoop out the middle and pour, hey Ichi, welcome. They pour clam chowder in it and you eat it. And then once you eat all the soup, you rip apart the bread with the soup like saturated into it. Wow, it's like if you're in San Francisco, you have to go get a clam chowder bread bowl. It's so good. I feel like San Francisco doesn't have the best clam chowder, but we have the best bread for it. Floridian food, maybe like Miami, like Cuban food, yeah, but I don't know what Floridian food is other than like what's it called? That grocery store. Oh, I blanked on it. I'm sorry. Clam chowder, seafood. Well, that's like I want to say that's like Miami, right? Lives in Miami. Cool. I've never tried baklava. You know, if you like sweet sugary bread, like I know in Australia they have fairy bread, where it's literally just like bread with sugar on top. It's like that, but coated in honey. So it's it's like a Greek-ish, Turkish dessert, but it's so I can't handle it. It's so sweet. I cannot. I just don't enjoy it. Loves baklava. I do love seafood though. Jewish challah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, that was my chair, I promise. This thing is squeaky. If I don't move enough, it doesn't settle. Challah bread is so good. Have you ever had cinnamon challah bread? That's the best kind of challah bread. I've been to a few cedars before where you like rip and you share the bread. So good. Yeah, it's like I just don't like the taste of sweet breads and things that are super, super sugary. And I think it's because in America we have all of our sugary things are processed. So when I eat something with real sugar, I'm like, oh, it's so sweet. I don't know what to do. Pardon me. Publix, that's the store I was thinking of, Anna. When I think Florida food, all I think of is Publix. And like, that's not really, that's like saying New England food is Wawa, which it kind of is. Yeah, sprinkles and frosting is a lot. I can only handle so much. I guess. Dude, it's just a grocery store. I want to go to a Timmy's so bad, Dave. I've never been to Canada, but I don't really like coffee. I don't like how bitter it is. I'm really picky about food. It's so bad. But I do want to go to Tim Hortons at some point because it's just I'm a big hockey fan, and when you watch, Hockey Night in Canada, every other ad is for Timmy's, so I feel like I have to at some point. Tea, I love tea. I'm a tea fanatic. Anna's going off. I got Tim Hortons, nice. You went to Oshkosh. Wow. English tea is nasty. Shut up, Anna. English tea is delicious. Let me tell you my story about English tea. So, I'm on my first flight to England, and we're flying Virgin Atlantic. So, Anna, you just haven't had real tea, okay? They never steep it enough. PG Tips is the A+, PG Tips. Twinings is like an A, but PG Tips is an A+. And of course you had milk. Anyway, I'm flying Virgin Atlantic to Gatwick. You had an England stop. And, oh my gosh, let me start off. I get on this plane, and the whole flight crew is all British. And I kind of put my bag under my feet because my carry-on wasn't that big, so I thought I could get away with not putting it in the overhead. And this flight attendant comes by, and she says, "Could you put your bits up, please?" And I was like, "What?" Like I'd never heard a real English accent, like with my own ears, not on TV. And she goes, "Your bits, could you put them up?" And I was like, "I do not understand what you're saying." And she just looks at my bag and goes, "Could you put your bits up, please?" And I was like, I don't know what you're saying. And then I realized, like, oh, you want me to put my bag in the overhead. Gotcha. So that was funny. And then I'm on the plane, and I'd never been on a plane for that long before. And I was starting to feel nasty, and I don't like ginger. Also, is one of my big no-nos, so I don't do ginger ale. And I was like, what should I drink? And I was like, I guess just tea. And I got my first cup of like real English tea, and I was not a big tea person, and I went glug glug glug. It tasted so good. It was just right. And then I got to England, got to my friend's house. I passed out from the jet lag after like an hour of being there. Put your back on the plane. It's wild. So I wake up and I feel like trash. I feel tired and headachy, and my stomach hurt. And my friend's like, well, let me get you some tea and biscuits. Like, obviously, she was saying it like it was the obvious thing ever. And it literally did heal me. Those, well, she said digestives and tea, right? So the digestives in the tea just hit the spot. And after that day, when I had like real English tea twice in a row, I was converted. It's all about PG tips. I don't add sugar because you know me, but I put milk in it to make it creamy. And yeah, people drink ginger ale to settle stomachs. I hate the taste of ginger. If I get a dish that has like the most minuscule bit of ginger in it, all I can taste is ginger. It's just so overpowering. It just ruins the whole dish for me. So yeah, some accents do sound like gibberish. I have another story where I was in Asda, and we just finished shopping. Asda is Walmart, by the way. We just finished like walking around shopping, and we went to the little food court, and I was buying my drinks at the little register, and I go, oh, can I get a straw? And the lady just stared at me like I had just spoken like the most bizarre foreign language. I was like, a straw, a straw. And she just stared at me with her eyes wide. So I went like, a straw? And she was, oh yes, a straw, not a straw. That was funny. I had to speak in my British accent so she would understand me. It was funny. Britain was fun. I've been twice, but the first time I went, I was there for like a month and a half, so it was a long trip, but it was fantastic. A straw. Yeah, exactly. That was like one of the first times I ever thought about my accent and how strange it really sounded. Irish accents are wild, and Scottish accents are too, I guess. I just like how, you know, we here in America like someone putting on an Irish accent, and that isn't at all what Irish people sound like at all. Scottish accents are fun. What was it? I don't remember. When I was last hanging out with my friend from Scotland, and she said something that I had a straw moment where I was like, what? And I forget what word it was though, but that was funny. I was like, I literally have no idea what word you just said. And it was just like a regular, anyway. I don't remember what it was though, so that's not a good story. But yeah, accents are weird. I was one time visiting a friend who lives in Oregon now, but she's from here. But she moved to Oregon like a while ago, so she lost her California accent, but she's still a big Giants fan. Go Giants. And I was telling her, oh my gosh, I saw a guy at my work that had a Giants like half sleeve, and I was describing it, and I was like, and up at the top it said Beetle A. And she was like, what? I was like, it said Beetle A. And she stared at me. And I just went, Beat L.A. And she was, oh, yeah. Because you accents, right? But I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that we love ASMR is that different accents in like a soft, gentle way of speaking them. Just our brains like love that. It's like more of that, please, you know. Yeah, I feel like I wonder if like people in different countries. How do I phrase this? Like I have an American accent, and I feel like most of the channels I watch are people without American accents, like all kinds of different accents. So I wonder if like people get more triggered by the different accents. Like I feel tingles from American accents, but like gentle whispering and latte and African Mosa ASMR, and like there's so many different Southern ASMR sounds. Like I realize that there's so many channels I watch that have different accents, and usually the more different the accent, the more tingle I feel. So I don't know. I don't know. That's just the theory. I just don't like how bitter coffee is. I like tea with milk. And you know, it's funny because I worked in a movie theater and I ran the little Starbucks cafe. And I would never drink what I made because I knew I'd hate it. And anytime someone was there and they were like creating their own drink, mixing things together, they'd be like, try it. And I'm like, I'm gonna hate it. There's coffee in it, I'm gonna hate it. They're like, no, seriously, it's so good. We put all this syrup in it. And I'd take a sip, I'm like, nope, I hate it. It tastes like coffee. Like, I think I get it. I think I just need to drink it more to like it, but it's just so bitter. And I've had coffee in so many different ways, like even like coffee flavored ice cream. I'm like, it's bitter. Why do I want to drink something that's bitter? Coffee is evil tea. Pretty much. That's funny. Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe I just have to have some kind of specific bean. I don't know. But I love tea. I love all the tea. Really sugary, overpriced. You guys are just going at it. The coffee versus tea war. You guys are so funny. Yeah. Tappington. Yeah, you know, Daryl, I feel like most of the videos I watch are just people talking. Yeah, flavored tea is weird if you're from the UK where you're not used to having flavored tea. It's an acquired taste. It took me a while to get used to flavored tea. And iced tea. Oh, Dunkin' Donuts is great, Anna. Dunkin' Donuts is yummy. We don't have a lot of them here, but there's a few. We have a lot of Krispy Kreme donuts here, which are good too, but they're not the same as Dunkin'. Yeah, iced tea in America is so different from regular iced tea. Yeah, it's Lipton's is the main one here, and it's just not that great. I made some iced tea the other day with Twinings, and I literally just like put the bag in water and then put it in my freezer for 10 minutes, and I just drank it straight black. It was delicious. And it's like, why does anyone drink Lipton's? Lipton's is so boring. Yeah, Dunkin' is great. The non-flavored one. It's just odd, yeah. But then you can get raspberry iced tea. That's delicious. And peach flavored iced tea. And it's just really good. Like I've had hot, like I bought some packs of raspberry tea and I made it hot and it was disgusting. No, thank you. You like have to drink that cold because it was really gross hot. But yeah, this did turn into a food description channel. I went from talking about the Rwandan genocide to various foods and drinks. But yeah, it is 8 o'clock here, about to be, and I'm still not that tired. Oh well. I didn't even really sleep a lot yesterday. This is Food Network ASMR. Well, just woke up. Yeah, you missed Rwandan genocide. chewing, like people who are like deliberately like making mouth sounds while they eat. Cook your please. I miss British breakfast with the bangers, not bangers and mash. Like the beans and egg on toast. We don't really do egg on toast here. But yeah, I miss British breakfast. So good. Yeah, the beans, baked beans hit different in the UK. Yeah. I can't stand people who make deliberate chewing sounds. Like if you're just eating, it's whatevs. But when you're like trying to make mouth sounds while you eat, I cannot. It makes my skin crawl. You do need European bacon. American bacon is horrible. You have to get Canadian bacon here to get good bacon. Yeah, Van Camp's is very close to the British Heinz. I've noticed that too. Don't think about how big the universe is. No, Anna, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Stop. It's the best bacon. My gosh. Yeah, I don't like the eating part. American bacon's horrible. What the heck? Anyway, it's not that it's horrible. It's good, but I like Canadian bacon the best. Everything's wrong with all of us, you know. It's rubbery. Whatevs. Can we ask Americans a weird question? Yes, please, Dave. I love Canadian bacon. I actually have some in my fridge. Look at what's in my fridge. I hope it hasn't gone bad. It's been in there for a minute, actually, but bacon. So good. I like to make little sandwiches with it, so I buy them in the roundy shape. When you order a pancake as a default, it can be like if you don't order any kind of special pancake, they'll put the syrup on the side in like a packet or a cup or something, or in a bottle, like Anna said. Yeah, they let you pour the syrup on it. IHOP is so good. Stuff like the cheapest, the most like basic American food, but it's so good. They do pancakes right there. And I'm sorry about my chair. When I last went there, they had lingonberries for some reason, and I was like, how the heck did they get lingonberries here in California? But yeah, IHOP is delicious. Funfetti pancake. Delicious. All the pancakes at IHOP are delicious. So freaking good. And yeah. You got banned from IHOP. What did they do? That's crazy. But yeah. Steak and eggs, yeah. Apparently some of my Arkansas relatives back in the day would fry up eggs in their kitchen and sell it out of their kitchen window. Like, oh, that must have been so good to like kids walking by. You want to hear a funny story? My Arkansas family lived in Hot Springs, and my grandma would tell me stories about just like random stuff in Arkansas, and she would tell me about this. Well, like she would tell me a bunch of stories, but one of them was about this kid named Billy, this teenage boy named Billy, who would keep sneaking into her yard to steal vegetables, and she kept catching him. He sounded like the kind of kid that, like, if you put the blueberry pie on the windowsill, he'd come snatch it, you know? It was Bill Clinton. It was Bill Clinton, you guys. It was Bill Clinton. And, like, I even, like, at one point looked up kid pictures of, like, Bill Clinton when he was as much as old Arkansas. They call it Arkansas. I feel like that's only in some parts because all of my Arkansas relatives called it Arkansas. Like, it was weird. I don't know. Is this true? Yeah, I feel like it's some parts of Arkansas they say Arkansas and stuff like that, and I think other parts of the country too. But yeah, I'm glad your boyfriend liked the story about Billy the vegetable thief who grew up to be president. Isn't that wild? My phone's beeping. Whatever. Oh, that's cool. Said locals called it that. Yeah, I feel like in some parts they would, because they say stuff like in Missouri they say Missouri. Who knows why? I will say that here, very few people say Cali. Like, that's just not something we do. We would just say California. And he's never changed, pretty much. And in the city here for San Francisco, we say San Francisco, we say SF, and we say the city. The FRISCO word is not. You could suffer the consequences, to put it lightly. It is not that, Dave. You do not say that within city limits. It's SF, San Fran, or the city, or San Francisco, or the Bay. You don't say that word within city limits. Nobody says that. Or if they say that, they're using it like a slur against the city. It's, yeah. And I feel like not enough people know that, because we just don't like that word here. We had an interesting character who lived here during the Gold Rush, Emperor Norton I of North America and Mexico. He was, let's have a history list about Emperor Norton, because this is someone that like only Bay Area people know about the history of Emperor Norton. I grabbed Topple for some reason. Please listen to this. It's that pink venom. It's that pink venom. Emperor Norton was a miner during the Gold Rush, so like 1849. And he decided he was going to be emperor. And he printed his own money and tried to spend it at bars. And he would pass laws. And, people just kind of took him like funny, but he took it very seriously. And one of his laws was that you cannot say FRISCO within the city limits. He made it illegal. You can't say it. Good night, Doomcheetah. If it's quiet in my neighborhood tonight, I'll probably go live because it's going to be a nice cool evening tonight. But yeah, he passed a lot of very interesting laws that still hold up to this day. And yeah, and I'll have trivia for you too tonight if it's quiet, if there's no huge parties. Dave keeps putting lots of different Welsh sounding things everywhere. Trying to get me to pronounce some Welsh. I'm playing with Topple if anyone likes that. One of Emperor Norton's laws he passed was he decreed that a bridge be built from Oakland to San Francisco because there wasn't one. And now there is. And when they rebuilt it a few years ago to make it earthquake safe, because it did collapse during the 86 earthquake, there was a motion in place to have it named the Emperor Norton Bridge. But it didn't work out. They named it for another famous San Francisco person, one of our former mayors. But it was Emperor Norton's Bridge, right? They also added, they redid the tunnel on the Golden Gate Bridge going into the city, and they painted a big old rainbow over it. And it's renamed the Robin Williams Tunnel, which is really sweet. I feel like y'all are having a whole lot of conversation. Anna, you got me saying y'all. You guys is what we say here. Y'all are talking about Welsh. Welsh is so weird. When I do the UK, I'm gonna do a video each for Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Because if I don't, I feel like someone will come here and kill me. I don't know. But I'm kind of worried about talking about Wales because Welsh is so. It's a language. Like Irish is weird, but wow, Welsh is on a whole other level. You guys are funny. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna master Welsh or even like basic pronunciation of Welsh. Their flag is a dragon. It certainly is. It's rolling his bowling ball collection around, I guess. I don't know. I do not know. I just filmed the stars video for September. I've got my star map down here. That's what I'm looking at. The Welsh vowels, yes. And, oh dear. Hey, Heffley's here. Hey, Heffley. The Welsh flag is pretty badass, right? It's got a dragon on it. Same with Bhutan. Bhutan has a dragon on it. Yes, Anna, please go on a walk. Please, please. Because I've been really depressed this past 2 weeks or so, and it's really hard. Plus, with having COVID, walking is very difficult. I get out of breath really, really easily. So please go enjoy a nice walk today, please. But yeah, I filmed the stars video for September, and I don't know if I'm going to continue that series into 2023 because it literally is my series that gets the least amount of views and the least amount of comments. But the people that do comment are like, this is my favorite. And I love space videos, so that's why I do them. I feel like space is a form of geography, like pointing out the stars and the planets. That's straight up geography. It's just outside of our planet. Oh, Brandon. Yeah, my cough was so bad yesterday. I tasted blood in my mouth after some big coughs. That was pretty bad. Anyway, I want to talk about space, but I feel like a lot of my subscribers don't watch my videos about space, so do a live stream from the Smithsonian. Oh my gosh, that's my dream. I would love that. I've never been to DC. I'm gonna have to at some point because there's just so much history and so many things to see there. But yeah, in 8th grade, we study like early American history, like up to the Civil War, and like part of that is a trip to DC, but it was too expensive for my family, so I was in that group of kids that just had to sit in history class. There were like 10 of us that couldn't afford to go on the DC trip, and we just kind of like talked about whatever. But I don't know. Oh, Heffley might be going to DC next week. That's pretty cool. What for? Yeah, like I love the space videos, and I want to talk about space stuff, but apparently people don't really want to watch space stuff. So, oh, cool. That's so neat, Dave. Being in the room with the right flyer and the module that went to the moon. I've seen some moon rocks in person, and it's hard to like look at something that didn't come from our planet and just like look at it and be like, this did not come from our planet. It's so weird. this is wonderful. And like I said, I consider like stars, like star maps and stuff. That's geography. Let me visit Kitty Hawk. What would you do there? I guess there's a museum there. Ohio is weird, Anna, right? It's a whole different world in Ohio, and I've never been able to put my finger on what it is. Ohio is just like a really strange, different place. I don't know why, but I don't know. Yeah, that's true. It's all Amish. Let me tell you a story about the Amish. I have so many stories. I was on a train from Chicago back to San Francisco, and oh my gosh, wait! On the way to Chicago, these two Amish girls got on the train, and we were pulling up to, I want to say like near Denver, and we saw these girls take off their caps, take off their dresses, and they had the slinkiest, sluttiest looking shit on, and they started to put on makeup, and they got off the train somewhere near Denver. We were just like, oh my god, that was amazing. But on the train back from Chicago, our car had this huge Amish family in it, and it was like the dad, who I assume was the mom. She looked really young. A bunch of teenage girls, and then like little boys that were just like running back and forth. Hay was everywhere. They got hay in all the aisles. But I was reading the last Harry Potter book, and I hate dust jackets, so I was reading it. It was the hardcover without the dust jacket on it. Let me turn this off. It's bright enough. Oh no, it's not. Okay. And the Amish dad is staring at me and smiling, and like whatever. I'm used to like creepy old white men staring at me and smiling. Whatevs. But eventually he starts going, "That's an interesting book you got there." And I was like, "Yeah." And then I realize he thinks I'm reading the Bible. And he's like, "What is it?" And I was like, "It's Harry Potter." And he goes, "Oh." And he stops looking at me. But like, what would he have done if I was reading the Bible? Because he was looking at me kind of like, I was like 20, 21 years old. He was eyeing me. And then once he found out it wasn't the Bible, he didn't look at me the rest of the trip. But like, those are my only interactions with Amish people. Reading 50 Shades. I've read 50 Shades. I read it for my friends who didn't want to read it, and I was like, I'll take the bullet and I'll read the books. They were so bad. It was so bad. Oh, those were horrible books, and the plot was terrible. Like, the more the plot progressed, the worse it got. It was miserable. I feel like the 50 Shades movies are gonna be like the Twilight movies in 10 years, that people will like come around and ironically love them. Because now everyone loves the Twilight movies. That movie's horrible, but like in the best way. Heffley lives in the county with the highest population of Amish people. Like, I'm sure they're nice people, right? I like the whole concept of the Amish lifestyle. I think is really nice. But like, my only actual interaction with an Amish person was really creepy. So yeah, that was my only interaction with an Amish person. And they smelled so bad. Oh my god, I hate to say that, but they didn't even, they smelled like they hadn't bathed, which they probably hadn't, but it's one thing to live that kind of lifestyle, but to go on a train where you're enclosed with other people and smell like that is very, very rude. Oh, they smelled horrible. Like, they didn't even smell like a farm, because I know farm smells. It personally. Wow. That's wild. Wow, that's crazy. Someone is on my porch. It's either the dude next door or my landlady. But that's a really weird sound. Because the dude and I, the loud guy on the phone, we share the porch. Our door's open onto that porch. So, anyway, that's a weird sound. It is, gosh, I've been awake for like 15 hours now. We left you breakfast. I left you breakfast. I don't know what that means, Dave. Have they left you breakfast? No. I already kind of ate breakfast like 2 hours ago. I have my biscuits and gravy, which I think is how we got into the whole food. Yeah, Daryl, I'm going through a really bad depressive episode, which is part of the reason why I wanted to come on here, because I just feel like I needed to talk to somebody, anybody, like, because I've been really lonely lately, and my sleep schedule is whack, and I blame COVID, because for a while, whenever I'd lay down, I would start coughing, and I couldn't breathe, so, like, it wrecked my sleep schedule. Like, I started falling asleep around like 5, 6 a.m. just because I couldn't. Like, I had to wait until I was like dead tired to pass out. Just because like I couldn't breathe, you know. And now my sleep schedule's destroyed, which I mentioned at the beginning of this has really helped my channel. I've recorded so many videos in advance. The videos you saw last week, I filmed literally a week ago. Thank you, Daryl. It is much nicer to talk to somebody, like even through this medium. Because without my cat, I am alone now. I have nobody here but me. And the sounds of people walking around the hallway. And I have my landlady, but that's not really the same, you know. I am all alone. I've got nobody. And it's just really depressing, and I don't like to think about it. That's why I came on here. I was like, it's quiet, it's dark, let me get on the live stream and just talk to stop. Just talk to somebody. His door's broken is what it is. The last guy that was there that had the loud fridge, he broke the door, and my freaking landlady gave him back the deposit, which I was like, he broke the door. Like, it doesn't close right anymore. That's why it makes that loud sound. But whatever. She just, like, when people move out, she just wants them to go without any problems. So, while I have people here, I've been drafting a trivia challenge. It's in this mess over here, which that's my trash, which a plate fell out, and then everything over here are my dollies and their books. And somewhere in the papers there is the trivia challenge I've been coming up with for a live stream. So I want to do that soon, but I kind of want to wait until it's not as hot anymore. I would love to do it tomorrow because Mondays are my best day to live stream. Everyone in my building is at work. And, you know, people don't go out driving loud cars on Monday evenings. And there's no parties. And, yeah, so Mondays and Thursdays sometimes are good days, but it's going to be a hot Monday, so I don't know. That's why I might go live tonight, because it's going to be nice and cool tonight. But it's a Sunday, and I live in a loud neighborhood, so. Can you hear the train? Oh, there it goes. Never mind. If it's quiet enough, you can hear the train. You can hear it in some of my videos, especially my windows open. But that's the BART train. Excuse me, that's our like subway system. But yeah, the chat is not moving, so I hope somebody's here and I'm not just talking to nobody. scheduled, ready to go. I filmed those on last Tuesday. War Games. But I like that movie. Yeah, I had COVID a few months ago. Yeah, it's horrible, and I already have a lot of health problems, so I've been avoiding COVID and just avoiding going out. And I had to stop going to work because I was just too stressed out. And then the stupid guy that lives over there against that wall gave everyone in this building COVID because he didn't feel like quarantining. When I complained to my landlady and she confronted him, he was like, "Oh, I was wearing a mask." It's like, okay, like, then why didn't you go to work? You could have just worn a mask. Why didn't you go on a vacation? You could have just worn a mask. Whatevs. So I've been really sick ever since, and then my cat passed away. Thankfully, he didn't get any COVID symptoms. He was just very, very old, and his heart just went, which was really sad. But it's been a rough month. Yeah, it's weird to think back on my last live for my birthday. I was still struggling to talk, and I had my kitty cat, and it's like so much has happened since then. Yeah, like my landlady has been trying to take care of her chickens with COVID, and I just see her out there just struggling, and because she, got really bad fever for a few days, and had a hard time breathing, and she was coughing, and she said she lost her sense of taste. But yeah, she still had to go out and feed her chickens and get them in the coop and collect the eggs with all that. It sounds horrible, but that's part of having chickens. That's part of having a tiny farm in the yard over here. Is that you got to take care of him no matter what you do. But yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. I figure, like, oh, thank you, Anna. Yeah, my illnesses are bad. If you were here earlier, some of my tics popped out. If I think about them, they're gonna come back because I have Tourette's. But I figure I'm gonna give myself through the rest of August to just kind of be in a funk and just allow myself to feel it, And then starting September, I'm gonna start exercising, eating better, walking, meditating. Thanks, Daryl. I just figure keep doing what I'm doing and more people will watch, right? Yeah, in September, I'm going to start up my meditation journal again and just kind of prepare for the next stage of my life, I guess. Yeah, I love meditating. And I started keeping a meditation journal in April. I kept it up April through June this year. And yeah, it is all luck. It's all the algorithm. I look back on my meditation journal because whenever I come out of the meditation, I just write down whatever's on my mind. And I don't ever remember, like, I look back and I'm like, why did I write that? That's interesting. Or, wow, when I wrote that, I just thought it was really something stupid, but now it's really deep. So I'm excited to, like, get back into that. Yeah, I'm nearing 10K, and that's very exciting. That's a good round number. I think maybe I'll do a Q&A again or something once I hit that. I don't know. I want to do something. And yeah, exercise is the best thing for mental health for sure. It's just hard when I can't do a lot of exercise because of my health problems. I can't do, what's it called? Cardio. I can't do cardio for more than like 2 minutes because then I get a migraine. If the weather is too hot, I can't go outside and walk. I'll get a migraine. Plus, with COVID, I can barely walk 10 minutes without struggling to breathe. So yeah, really just trying to do your eyes. It is not that. It's exhausting. Yoga is not fun. Like, it feels good when you work on a pose and then after a couple of days you get it and you're like, yeah, I got it. But it's like, but at what cost? I really like doing Qigong. I found a really good Qigong channel. A couple, actually. Well, two. Which is just slow, relaxing movement. And slow movement, tiny movement is better than no movement. So it's not like you can lose weight doing Qigong or get a sweat or anything. Sorry. Sorry, guys. That's my worst one. Hi, Binu. Sorry that I had to take right when you came on. But yeah, we gotta stop talking about this because I'm gonna start ticking. Yeah, we gotta stop. Change topic. Somebody give me a new topic before I start ticking all over the place. Anything to get me off of this. Working on the farm. Yeah. See, like, I used to do yoga when I did ballet. I did ballet for a good 20 years of my life. And yoga was a good supplement to that. And I feel like now that I can't do cardio anymore, it's gotten so hard. On a homestead. Anna, one of my dreams is to get, like, a cabin and a dog and a little patch that I can farm and just do that. Oh my gosh, that sounds like the dream. I want a little cabin, or I want like a trailer and or a yurt. I really want a yurt. What did you do before ASMR Geographica? I taught preschool ballet. Every job I've had has involved kids. I used to tutor, as you can tell. I had teacher training. I nannied for a long time, and did tutoring with the nanny. And yeah, I think I have a dream floor plan too, but not for like a little house, for like a big house. But farming is really hard, says Daryl, and it's expensive. Yeah, I don't think I would have an animal farm. I think I would have like a vegetable farm. Yeah, because an animal farm is stressful. Maybe like a couple of something, I don't know. Like, I don't even know. Like ducks, maybe. I don't know. If I had like an animal. But if I ever get like a place out somewhere, I would definitely get like a big German Shepherd. I love big dogs. Yeah, chicken and turkeys. Turkeys are assholes. Don't get turkeys. Turkeys are the worst. Yeah, I can see myself gardening. It's just, oh, a Jersey cow, so sweet. I forgot what I was gonna say. In the woods in a cabin. That's my dream, dude. Like gardening for me is kind of hard now because I can't be in the sun with my migraine. So ducks make great fertilizer. That's good. Yeah, I could see myself having ducks if I had a little pond that they could swim in. But melon, solar, and grow stuff, that's the dream. I would love that. I would just being in nature, just surrounded by trees all the time. I don't know, that's the dream. Or I would love to get, one of my ultimate fantasies with this channel, say my channel blows up and I hit like 1 million subs or something, and I suddenly have an incredible amount of income. What I would do, which isn't going to happen anytime soon unless YouTube does something magical, but this is in theory. If suddenly YouTube gives me like financial freedom, I would get a trailer, like an RV, and I would just go like see as much as I can and just drive around and just live off the road and videos and just explore. That's my ultimate fantasy. Maybe get a tent if it's the little trailer and just explore all the national parks, drive through Canada, drive to Alaska, drive through Mexico, Pan American Highway maybe, and just have adventures out on the road. That's the ultimate dream. Yeah, like, and then just like imagine the videos I would make out having adventures. It would be so cool. Let's see. It's in Alaska. Yeah. The price of diesel, I know. Well, in my fantasy, it would be a green RV. Green RVs would exist then. A week off and go camping in Wyoming. Yeah, like, hey, Binu. Binu, are you? That's a song by a K-pop artist. One of my favorite songs, but I'm wondering if you're named after that song. But yeah, that's the ultimate dream. I mean, the ultimate top tier fantasy is that like Travel Channel picks me up and is like, hey, you should make an ASMR travel show, and then they just send me around the world and I do ASMR around the world. That's the ultimate fantasy. That's never gonna happen. the Mr. Machine Super do you say green? Yeah. I mean like environmentally friendly. Not like a Scooby-Doo fan. I thought like another, say somehow my channel blows up, whatever, just like crazy fantasy is that I would love to write history books and geography books. Not Kermit then, no. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing van life, to be honest. I would need a bathroom though, is the thing. Oh, Villa in Crete, that's amazing. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I kind of like hearing people's dreams. That's exciting. But how fun would it be to have like relaxing history, relaxing geography as books that you could read, and it's all facts that are just calm and nice. And have I written any books, novels, or articles? I have written books. When I was in my 20s, I wrote novels for fun. And I still have them all. I tried to get some of them published and they all got turned down. And yeah, I still look back on them and I'm like, they're good. I like them. But yeah, I never got any of them. You should read them. No. I wrote some paranormal YA books. I do not get E.L. James to help me get published. No, thank you. I wrote a historical novel, but it's very scandalous. It's there's a lot of sex in it. I wrote a historical novel about, because I'm German. Oh no, I'm starting to buffer. Hello. Okay. This is embarrassing. What if my writing blows up? No. I wrote a historical novel about teenagers in Nazi Germany in 1938 and the Faith and Beauty program, which was a division of like whatever comes after Hitler Youth. And their main goal was to reproduce as many Aryans as possible. And it kind of explores the like, what's the word? Like the mind manipulation. I can't think of the word, I'm sorry. The brainwashing, that's the word. The brainwashing that went into it, and the tactics that the psychological messed upness of that, and this character going deep into it and slowly coming out of it. And it ends like the climax is her and her boyfriend trying to escape during Kristallnacht. Like trying to escape out of Berlin. I like it. I think it's fun, but I couldn't get it published. Like, oh, I've got a book about sexy Nazis, and people are like, no, thank you. Um, yeah, it was all crazy propaganda stuff. It's really interesting to look at world history and see all the Game of Thrones parallels and see all the things it was based off of. You can really tell George went through a lot of history to get find an editor, see what can be done. I did try. I don't know how to pitch a book about sexy Nazis, especially in this day and age, you know. I wrote a diary that was about an alien invasion, and so it's like a first person account. Oh, I'm buffering. I think my computer is going to be done. I have been on here for 2.5 hours, so what do you call a witch who lives at the beach? A sandwich. You can't get me with that. I know all the witch jokes. I wrote a first person diary of an 18-year-old experiencing an alien invasion, and slowly but surely realizing that the aliens are incredibly peaceful, and it's the government that's twisting it to make them seem evil in order to like kill off as many other humans as possible. I made it very political. But yeah, it's a little shorter than most of my novels, but I liked it. And I wrote a book about a dystopian America. I taught kids about geography books. Yeah, I did tutoring for history and English. Little kids up through college level. Yeah, I wrote a novel about a dystopian America where the nation is taken over by like a very restrictive one-party state, and the teenagers in what was DC trying to rebel. And no, my villain was the daughter of the guy who overthrew the government, who was like a genius, like an IQ of 1,000,000 genius. And after he's assassinated when she's 16, she's appointed the new empress, the new like queen. And yeah, so she's the one running the country, and oh, she was so much fun to write. I did first person, but from multiple different characters. So each chapter is a different character, and her chapters were the best ones to write. She was so fun to write, just because she's so much smarter than anyone around her. And just writing her dialogue and her thought process and all the trauma she'd been through was really fun to write. And I like that book. I've been trying to, I've sent all my books to my brother-in-law. He's my #1 fan, and he agrees that they're all wonderful. And he's been trying to convince me to write a sequel to that, and I keep trying, and I come up with like half ideas, and I don't know, because it ends very definitively. But yeah, I used to write novels for fun, and I've tried since. I tried to do NaNoWriMo in 2020, and I did it, but I stopped after 50,000 words because I was giving myself migraines. A memoir for your dad. That's cool. Wait a couple years to write a memoir for yourself, Anna. I know it seems like it's easy to write a memoir for yourself when you're young, but wait till you're older. But yeah, anyway, I used to write novels for fun, and I can't do it anymore. I tried to write a novel when I was doing my meditation journal. I was like, one of my things, I was like, I should try writing again. So I tried to write a novel based on a really scary dream that I had. I tried to write a horror novel, and I got to the part where the scary things start happening, and I never picked it back up. Don't I remember now? See, I've been on the road. That's true. I found my travel journal when I was 18 in England, and it's super cringe. I found it, and I was like, hey, maybe I can read parts of it. And I was like, no, it's cringe and a half. it's never going to see the light of day. It's really embarrassing. But yeah, write down as much as you can throughout your life, because even though you think you're going to remember stuff, you're not going to remember stuff. It's important to remember as much as you can, I think. But yeah, continue writing. I know I love writing. It's just I don't know. I feel like I really need to write, because the books that I did write, I knew the beginning, middle, and end. It was just filling in the gaps in between to get the characters from point A to point B. And I feel like the last couple of books I've tried to write, I didn't have a point C. And I would just be like, oh, it'll just come out as I'm writing. And it never would. I just lost that flow of, I don't know what's happening. Let me just write and see what happens. Like nothing happens anymore, which is upsetting. You know, there was a lot of Welsh in the book I was writing. I'll tell you the plot. It's a COVID horror story about a girl, based on one of my friends, her experience with her parents dying back to back during the winter holidays of 2020. My friend Lauren in Scotland, she lets people tell her story because it's really sad. So I gave this character parts of that story, and this character, I named her Ava. Her full name's Avalon, which I think that just came to me when I was writing. Her name's Ava. She's a college student, and her parents die of COVID. So the story takes place in 2021. She's dropped out of college. She's afraid to go outside, like basically what I was going through, just like living as sheltered as possible. And she gets a call from her friend that already graduated, and she's wealthy, and they go to Berkeley as well. And her parents gave her their lake house in North Tahoe. And she calls up Ava and is like, hey, I have to go to, like, I forget what it was, like a parent's birthday or her birthday. It was her birthday, that's what it was, with her family. She's like, why don't you come to this cabin and house sit while I'm gone and just get away from everything? So she agrees to. She goes to the cabin. It's on the lake. It's nice and serene. And one day, one of the big redwoods outside her cabin is based on my my grandparents' cabin, which was really ugly. But one of the redwood trees, a branch falls off and smashes into the neighbor's house. And you know, along the lake in North Tahoe, the houses aren't next to each other, but you can like look in the neighbor's yard on their dock and stuff. And a branch from that yard smashes into the roof of that house. And the people living there is a dad and his little 7-year-old daughter. And they're from England, but they live on an island off of Wales. So they're very, very Welsh. And she, like Ava and this little girl, I named her Zinnia or Zinni, just like really get along. Like they have a lot in common. So she's like, hey, they have to do repairs to the house, and you know, it's not safe to stay there. And we have a guest house, but it's only 1 bedroom. Could I stay with you in your house and my dad can stay in the guest room? And she's like, yeah, totally. So they're vibing. And the first night, I'm glad, XL, thank you. And this is all a dream that I had. It was a little different. It took place in Hawaii, but I've never been to Hawaii, so I changed it to Tahoe in my story. I dreamed all of this. My dreams are extremely vivid. The first night, she's like, this little girl, right? She's like, I'm kind of nervous. Can I just stay in your bed tonight, just for tonight? And she's like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. And she brings all of these random objects into the bed with her, like a flashlight or a torch, as Zinni would say. Oh, bye, Daryl. It's nice to talk to you. She brought just like random objects into the bed with her, just like random household things. And Ava's like, what are these for? And Zinni's like, oh, it's for the creatures. Like, what creatures? Oh, you don't have the creatures here? Like, no. So she's like, well, you know, we keep this in bed to keep the creatures out. And Ava's like, okay. So they go to sleep, and Ava ends up like rolling all over the stuff. So she just like moves it out the bed. And in the morning, Ava wakes up freaking out. She's like, "They're gone, they're gone, they're gone." She's like, "Oh no, they're right here. They just fell out while you were sleeping." And she's like, "Well, now that the creatures are gonna come." It was like, "Okay, whatever." So when her dad comes to check on her, and she's like, "Yeah, she had a moment this morning when her items fell out the bed." And the dad's like, "You did what?" "Hey, Henley, welcome." And he's like, "You took them out the bed? The creatures are gonna come." So Ava asks Cindy, like, "So what are these creatures?" And she starts describing these Welsh spirits that will slowly drive you insane if you don't protect yourself at night. And Ava's like, "Oh, that's like, one sounds like schizophrenia, one sounds like depression, one sounds like anxiety." So it's like, oh, it's like their traditional way of explaining like mental health issues. But then the creatures come and start slowly tormenting Ava and Zinnia until and I did dream all this. It was very scary. The dad gets taken over by one of the creatures and like stabs himself in the neck till he bleeds out. Like, it was very graphic. And they wind up stopping the creatures by like, just, I don't know how to describe it. Like, they just try to. I know it's such a good story, but I don't know. When I got to like the scary things, I like seized up and I stopped writing. Sell it to a screenwriter. Yeah, they have to figure out like traditional ways to stop the creatures from attacking them, and they're invisible. You don't ever see anything except a shadow every once in a while. And yeah, so that was the book that I started writing, and I couldn't like I like, I don't know. I've never written a horror before, and it's really scary. In the night kind of story. So that's writing a COVID set in horror story. And of course, all of the creatures are symbolic of different things that Ava's going through, right? They do symbolize anxiety and depression and mental illness and all that, but they're actually real. I'm buffering them now. Hello. My screen's not buffering. I'm sorry. I think it's this computer, because usually after I hit 2.5 hours live streaming, it starts to buffer, which I probably just have to refresh, but then the stream would end. So it's kind of sad. It's almost 9 o'clock, so I should probably try to start sleeping. But yeah, it's still hear you. Okay, that's cool, Dave. I will probably private this stream until I wake up and I can think of a better title and thumbnail, and then I'll put it up. So I don't think I'm going to have it up on my channel right away, so don't worry. But I think I'll keep this one. I am starting to feel a little sleepy. But yeah, that was like a question ages ago. I have written novels. I've completed, I want to say like 7 or 8 novels, but I've started like 10 or 11. Watch it back, my phone died. Okay. Well, it'll be up later in the day. Don't worry, Excel. It'll be up later in the day. It's just making pizza. Nice. Pizza's my favorite. Yeah, because I'm going to be, I know once I finish this, I'm going to actually be, and I'll be too sleepy to try to get a better title on this and a good thumbnail. So we'll just private it, sleep for a couple hours, and then wake back up and make a thumbnail and title and all that. And it'll be back up by this evening for sure. My time, at least. So yeah. Not a lot of people have read my novels. I kind of hesitate to give out my. I will, Excel. Don't worry. I will get some good sleep once I'm finally tired. Anyone that I've ever given my books to, I either get some really good like pros and cons, positives, negatives, or someone will just say like, "Yeah, it was great." And it's like, well, I need feedback. Like, I'm glad you liked it, but I need more than that. And they're like, "Oh, it was great." Oh, whatever. So, yeah, I only very
few people have ever read my books. I did put them up online. I put some of them online a couple of years ago and got comments from strangers who really enjoyed them. So, you would love to read some. I don't know. Maybe my dystopian American book, I think. I think that's my best one. I know I should get back into it. I really did try this past year. It's just because that's the story's very detailed, right? That I just told you. It's just when I get to the scary parts, I it's just like random scary stuff I need to come up with. So, and I just had at the computer to write it, and nothing came out. So, I had a whole plot up until the scary stuff starts happening, as you heard. So, it's just a matter of trying to get some good ideas for the scary stuff and write them down in a good way, because I've never written a horror before. I've never written a kind of spooky horror. The German history one, yeah, there's a lot of sex in it. But yeah, I love horror too. I love good horror. I was thinking about The Thing while I was drafting this book, kind of on that, and that there's an entity here that you can't see, you can't hear, but you know it's there. That I like that kind of horror. I love The Thing. That's a great movie. You're all grown-ups, that's true. Yeah. I don't know. I wanted to write a really scandalous, sexy book. That's cosmic horror, yeah, that's Lovecraftian. I did have some Lovecraft elements in my paranormal romance. A couple of gods pop up in various parts of the story. Nyarlathotep is like a minor character in the background of a lot of those books. But yeah. That's another book too. Always feed your creative side. I try. I really do. Right now my channel is my biggest creative outlet, and it's been great. I really feel like making videos has been a good outlet, especially in this past week and a half. I've been like going all in on making videos. But yeah, writing, like it just feels like all of the live life to the fullest. I agree. Just the constant getting turned down for publishing, and at one point I got into was like, yeah, send me your first 5 chapters, this sounds great. And then I got all excited, I was like, it's finally happening, and then they turned me down after they read them. That was sad. That kind of puts a damper, being told no so many times to so many things that I enjoy. Like, I just write books that I like, that I would want to read, and I don't know, it just feels like nobody else wants to read them. But yeah, I have really vivid dreams, and a lot of my book ideas come from those dreams. So yeah, I constantly have dreams where I never realized I'm dreaming, and it feels real. And there's so many times where I'm like, wow, this always happens in my dreams, but now it's really happening. And then I wake up and I was like, oh, it was a dream. My dreams feel so real. All the greats go through adversity. Yeah, I know. I know that. It's just I feel like I don't market myself well, even though I'm Leo and I can like enjoy reading my own books. Trying to talk about how great I am is not something I'm good at. I'm a humble Leo. That's true, Excel. I know. Yeah, I don't like talking about my accomplishments. I don't like to talk about how great I am at something. I always try to stay humble, even like when I did ballet and I was very clearly the best one in my dance school. That's how I went on to become a teacher. I couldn't go professional because I was too tall. But like, I was very clearly the best one, but I would never ever admit it. Like, I knew it, but I would never ever say it. And I'd always treat everyone else like they were better than me, because I just didn't want people to think that like I knew I was the best one. Like, I don't know. I try to stay humble in that regard. I don't like to. And when you pitch to agents and publishers and all that, you have to talk about how great you are at writing and how great your story is and how great it would be for them to publish it. I'm just not good at that. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know. I'll definitely write more throughout my life. Like, writing has always been a passion of mine. Um, yeah. I don't know if I'll ever get published. I'm kind of thinking that like maybe I should publish history books. I was talking about that before. Like maybe I should make geography books and um, you know, things like that, because I could talk about geography and history all day long. Feeling the sleeps. Excuse me. Might finally be happening. Yeah, exactly. Like I love telling people history things. Like if you gave me like I remember one time I was tutoring. He was like 8 and I was teaching him some English thing, like something that had nothing to do with history. And he just randomly, because I told, if you ever have a question about anything, just ask. Like, I'm an open book about anything in the world. Like, don't be afraid. I was going over some English essay with him, like fourth grade English essay, right? Like a book report. And he goes, like, why does North Korea have nuclear bombs? And I was like, oh, are we going to talk about this now? And he was like, I don't understand why they're allowed to do that. I don't understand why this guy's in charge. So I explained the entire Korean War to him and, um, how communism works and all of that. And we finally got the essay or whatever was done. But, it's like I really come alive when someone asks me a random history question and it's like, well, let's explain. Like I had a coworker ask me like, why did Russia invade Ukraine? Like why are they even doing this? That's a toy, sorry. And I was like, well. So yeah, whenever someone just drops a history question on me that I very much know the answer to, that's my favorite thing in the world, because I could talk about that stuff all day long. Like imagine just being asked a question about your favorite thing ever, about someone who genuinely wants to know the answer to it. That's the best. That's the best. That's the best. So I could talk about history all day long. Like earlier in this stream, someone asked me like, what was the Rwandan genocide? So I started talking about the Rwandan genocide. I could talk about that all day long. Not the genocide, but history. I mean, I had to not talk about genocide all day, but it's a fact of life. In my writing skills and novels, a whole new side I wasn't aware of. I have a lot of sides of me that people aren't aware of. They pop out every once in a while. Like whenever a K-pop person comes in the chat, I love K-pop. It's my favorite form of music. I love like there's a bunch of 90s anime that I'm really into. I love hockey. Like The Sims, my Animal Crossing. Before I came on here, I had to go to Daisy May and buy my turnips. There's just like a lot of random things that I'm into and a lot of sides of me that most people don't see. And the ASMR part of me is usually the one that the least amount of people see. It's only you guys online get to see it. So it's very interesting. I don't talk like this in real life, I promise you. This is a very different voice that I put on for my channel just so it's relaxing and calming and not a California accent where I don't enunciate and talk not kind of loud but louder than this. Yeah, and exactly. You gotta tone it down. I love hockey. Yeah, maybe that's why Anna thought I was Canadian. I love hockey. Go Sharks. I'm a huge Sharks fan. I'm trying to see if I have any shark stuff around me, but it's all out of reach. I have my hockey puck collection right up there. Yeah, my hockey puck collection, my signed hockey puck collection, I should say. Yeah. I've got, no one's going to know. I'm not going to list off the athletes that I have signed pucks from. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to tone it down. And I used to get lots of comments when I started my channel saying, oh, you talk too fast. And it's like, I'm sorry. I'm talking slower than I normally would. I'm sorry if it's still fast. I'm really trying to talk slow. Oh, really? For Sharks rugby team, that's cool. Anna, you do a good job being aesthetic. Don't worry. Your animal videos, that zoo video you did is so good. I love that video. But yeah, the Sharks is my hockey team here. They're horrible. We made the playoffs. Oh, the Leafs are okay. Blackhawks are all right. Yeah, I know you love animals, Anna. Me too. Oh, poor Exo. Her phone's dying. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my hockey team used to make the playoffs every year, and like they weren't great, but they were decent enough to like hold their own. And the last few years we have been horrific, like 2018, 2019. Yeah, I love. No, the Giants is a football team in New York. Here they're a baseball team. Yeah, so sorry. My team is horrible now, but they just fired their head coach. We have a brand new coach. So hopefully because it was definitely a coaching issue. We've changed up our players so many times. I have my jersey. Where's it? Ugh. Ugh. Here it is. The hockey jersey. I promise you. Sharks were great a few years ago, right? We made the finals one time, but we were playing the Pens and we didn't have a chance. So I don't like the Pittsburgh Penguins, but I will admit that they're a very good hockey team. Watching Sharks hockey has not been fun for the past years, like 2019 on. Even with COVID happening, it's been players not good. Like they're fine, but it was definitely a coaching issue. So I'm excited for next season. And the Pittsburgh Penguins, they're a good team. It's just Sidney Crosby is there. He's a decent hockey player, I guess. Baseball is odd cricket. That's funny. I like baseball a lot. Baseball is fun to play and it's fun to watch in person, but watching it on TV is so boring. You have to be there to like fit it. It's a fun sport. I feel like cricket and rugby are like it definitely goes like in terms of excitement. It goes baseball, cricket, rugby. Yeah. So it's like the least dangerous of the sports, I guess. Cricket's not that dangerous either, but I don't think baseball is as dangerous as cricket could be. There's no like wickets. I don't know what they're called. The bats they use. Isn't it a wicket or is that the sticks? I don't know. I don't know cricket. I live in California. We don't have cricket here at all. And the World Cup is coming up. We're going to talk about Qatar next week on my channel. So I've been thinking about the World Cup coming up. I don't really watch NBA. The Warriors are literally right over there. I used to work in the town where Steph Curry lived, or still lives, I guess. But I never actually saw him. Yeah, bats and wickets, cool. I just feel like I'm surrounded by Warrior stuff constantly. I feel like I don't have to watch it. I just find out what happens just from being here. And we always win. We always win the championship. So I guess we're just that good. Qatar. The video ends. No, there's more to Qatar than that. It's an interesting place. Oh gosh, you haven't seen that yet. That's out on Monday. I almost spoiled. We've won the finals like 4 years in a row now. It's kind of boring now, but go Warriors. On Monday we're going to Bahrain on my channel, which I left out a lot of the Qatar Bahrain, not conflict, but like it was a conflict at one point. The very strong disagreements between Qatar and Bahrain, because I feel like it's more Qatar's story to tell. So um, there's a lot more about, excuse me, about Qatar that I have to talk about that I didn't mention in the Bahrain video. I really like the Bahrain video. I'm excited for you guys to see it tomorrow. We're going to Bahrain tomorrow. Then we're going to Kazakhstan on Wednesday and then Qatar on Friday. Yeah, I'm excited. Pardon me. Did I do this one flower? Oh no. What flower? I mean, I'm not great on flowers. I feel like I know the basics of flowers. But yeah, flowers are interesting, aren't they? I just got really lost in thought. I think it's almost by bedtime finally. A fat, flat reddish pink flower with a white center. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, Julio, about the World Cup, is that I've been researching Qatar. I'm probably going to write that script tonight. And I've been thinking about World Cup, and I thought, should I do World Cup recap videos? But I'm probably not going to watch any of it. It's all about the women's soccer anyway. It's so much better. Let's see. Dave says football. We were kids. First saw American football. That Green Bay was in California. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Green Bay does sound like a California place, doesn't it? I thought they were SF Bay Area. No, we've got, it could be Rose of Sharon, you're right. The history of the World Cups. Maybe. I like events where countries come together to find out who's the best. That's why I like the Olympics so much. There's a very like we're all one on this earth vibe to it. And football, soccer is such a fun sport and it's so great. I really admire footballers because that sport is exhausting and many locations and many winners. I know it's an exciting event. I just never really pay attention to it, probably because our men's team is awful. Not awful, but not great. Whereas our women's team is stellar, right? So I feel like if we had like an actual good team, I'd probably hear about it more and probably be more inclined to watch. But no, our men's team is no bueno. American football, but rarely use the foot. Well, you do have to kick it at one point. American football is okay. It's just kind of like the atmosphere around it. I don't vibe with. It's too masculine, heterosexual for me. But the sport itself, I think, is really interesting as a concept. I don't see why it has to be so like combination wrestling. I feel like tag football, tag American football, same with like Australian rules, Australian rules football, right? Or rugby. Yeah. Yeah. Like I like the actual sport itself, like the actual like plays and the scoring and the tension you feel when the clock's ticking down. It feels really tense because it's one of those sports where just the tiniest change will change the entire game. You have to be very precise. It's just the culture around it is so toxic. Yeah, and yeah, it's not great. I feel like that in America we treat our football stars as like the biggest possible celebrities when they're literally just running with ball. Like yeah, exactly. Like Tom Brady, top players making big plays. It's fun. It's fun to like be like, oh, this is a touchdown, and you know it, and you watch it coming, and then it happens, and it's like I like the actual game. I just don't like everything else about it. I don't like everything else about it. I think that's why I enjoy hockey because it's not as toxic of an environment it can be. Hey, Dr. Pickle, welcome. I haven't seen you for a while. It can be a little toxic in the hockey community, but not nearly as bad as in American football, not even close. Like soccer, yeah. Exactly. And then you earn like billions of dollars. Yeah, like sports are interesting, especially like team sports with all the different rules. Because I don't know, there is an artistry to them, and it's fun and it brings people together. It's the universal, especially with soccer and the World Cup, is a very universal sport, and I think that's wonderful. There's just so much else that goes on around it. 50% of outcome of a soccer match is random beyond talents players. That's true. It's because soccer/football is another one of those sports where the tiniest little thing can happen and the entire outcome of the game changes, which it makes it if you're playing team sports, it's very annoying to lose because of a teammate. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of fun to have a sport where the tiniest little thing could change everything. We get that in hockey every once in a while, not often, but when it happens, it's really exciting. Don't worry about it, Julio. It's fine. Anna's still trying to look up plants. But yeah, sports are fun. I miss going to sports. I miss going to baseball. And of course, I miss going to hockey. I'm sorry, Anna, you don't know flowers. You're trying to find this one flower. I do not know how to help you with that. Yes, gardening is great. I wish I had a garden. I can't have one here. I don't have any place to plant, and any place that I could plant at, there are chickens there, and they will eat the plants. So no gardening at the place that I live, sadly. Flowers are harder to maintain. Hey, Mason, an idea. Talk about geography. Oh, don't worry, Mason. That is happening next year. Don't worry. Got you with that. I got you with that, for sure. I know someone commented, like, when are you going to do Puerto Rico? And it's like, I will. Just not going to be till next year because I'm just trying to do countries. I would like to have a little flower, but I can't be around sunlight. Geographic botany. I did do national flowers. I did that video where I had Rose Forever as a sponsor. The multicolored eucalyptus trees. The eucalyptus is my favorite scent in the whole wide world. It's so wonderful. Almost everything I have is eucalyptus scented or some kind of tree. Flowers in Chile, flowers in Vanuatu too. Yeah. Flowers in Chile is interesting. Chile is a very interesting geography. All the way down it. But yeah. Botany's not one of my passions, though, is the thing. What I would love is for ASMR creators to make educational videos about the topic they're passionate about and create like an educational ASMR network of math, science, botany, sports, all those things. Animals. Anna's going to do the animal. Anna's going to be our Steve Irwin of ASMR. Yeah, I would absolutely love for a kind of educational ASMR network of channels who could like collab and animal storms and aviation. Very Texan of you, Anna. I'd rather do cloud chasing. I know. Maybe a Discord. That's a good idea. Because there are channels out there like that. I found a couple of math channels. It's just math is not my thing. But they do math problems on tablets, and the tablet sounds are amazing. I really need to get a pen for my tablet to write things. But I feel like, imagine if we had like an ASMR university, and it would be like Khan Academy, but in ASMR. Yeah, Let's Find Out is great, but he doesn't upload as much. And that's because his videos are like 3 hours long and super detailed and edited is why. But um, Let's Find Out is great. Join a Discord. I don't know anything about Discord is the thing. I don't know how to do Discord. I'm trying to figure out my Instagram. I tried to do a Instagram Q&A the other day and I couldn't figure out how to answer the questions. It took forever to figure it out. African Losa, yeah. Yeah, it's a Discord is something that I've thought about, but not. Yeah, but I don't know like what it is. Like, it's complicated to me, at least. I've tried to join different Discords, and I just get lost. It's like I'm an older millennial, so I like technology, but new things scare me. It took me forever to figure out Reddit. Analysis of movies and ASMR. I would love that because I love movie analysis. Yeah, I just there's Whisper and Storyteller ASMR has done a couple of interesting, slightly educational ones. He's done a couple ones about movies. His voice is fantastic. But he's another one that doesn't upload as much for various reasons. With an alternative to Skype. Giant chat rooms. Like, I know what Discord is, I just don't know how to do it. I don't know how to run a Discord or make like rooms in Discord and moderate them and all of that. That's completely foreign to me, but so is live streaming. Like I need to get good at live streaming and get good at OBS and work on all the different things that I could like a Twitch streamer would do. Things pop up everywhere. I would love to do that, but I don't know how. It's just a matter of me sitting down and learning how to do it. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not asking anyone to mod in Discord for me. It's not a thing I'm interested at this point in my channel. I feel like I need to get a larger audience. I feel like if I got a Discord right now, only like 8 people would join it. Anyway, that's why I like my memberships because it's I can communicate with my members really easily. I do little behind the scenes videos. I do videos where I talk. I'm behind on my exclusive voiceover or voice only content, but that will pick back up eventually. It's just, I don't know. I feel like when I'm doing audio only videos for my members, I focus really hard on my speech and I trip over my words more. And I somehow get out of breath. It's why I don't do what's the word? I'm sorry, guys. This happens to me all the time. It's a migraine thing. It takes away my words. The unintelligible whispers. That's the word. Whenever I do those, I run out of breath. I feel like when I'm doing an unintelligible whisper, which I think I've actually deleted all my unintelligible ones. They didn't get a lot of views, but I liked it. Anyway, I could only go for like 2 minutes at a time before I'm suddenly like, like, I feel like I hold my breath while I'm doing them, and I don't know how to not do that. So I don't do those anymore, even though I think they're really tingly and nice. Unintelligible whisper videos remind me of laying in bed as a kid and hearing your parents like in the other room talking. Belfast Whispers. Let's find out. French Whisper, Melange, ASMR. God, yeah, there will be a Discord at some point, I'm sure. Just not anytime soon. All the language channels. I wish there were more language channels. That's why I was doing so many language videos at the start of my channel. But like, it takes me a good, like, I give myself a good 3 to 5 days to research a country. Like 3 days if I already know a lot about it. But doing the language videos were taking me like a week to 2 weeks to research, and I just didn't have the time. So I put a hold on the language videos, but they'll definitely be back later. But yeah, I love language tutor ASMR, and there just is not enough out there. Um, yeah, I was mentioning that before somewhere, I think. That's how I found Latte's channel years and years and years ago when I was learning Hangul. And it's like, I feel like I just need someone to explain it to me who is Korean and not just like read. And I was like, I wonder if there's an ASMR Hangul. And then I looked it up and there was Latte. Her channel only had so many subs. And then her channel, oh my God, when she started making that high quality content, I was like, I am blown away. It's a masterwork in ASMR. And now everyone loves her, which is great because she deserves that. She's so good. But yeah, I wish there were more language tutorials, not just speaking in a language, but teaching me the language. Yeah. And I feel like facts videos, either like I'm watching them more and YouTube is recommending me more facts videos, or it's just a thing that's happening right now. I'm sorry, the guy's on his phone. He has to talk like a million decibels on the phone. I feel like facts videos are really becoming a thing now. And like, I don't know if it's just the algorithm showing me all these facts channels, but it seems like there's more and more facts videos, which is why I've been doing these videos with the facts, because I love the facts videos. My gosh, it's so tingly. A couple of weeks ago, I found Pamela ASMR, and she had commented on one of my videos ages ago, and I was like, oh snap, that's where I heard her before. But the video she put out, not the last one, but the one before, I got so intense tingles from it. It felt so nice. And she's just really good at showing her personality while giving facts. German ASMR. Yeah, I was doing Let's Learn German videos, but it was just difficult. I remember the video I was trying to do, because I did 4. I was filming the 5th one, and something would happen at the end of the video every single time that would ruin the video somehow. I don't remember what, but I did it 3 times. And all 3 videos, I got to like the end of the lesson and something would happen that would ruin the whole video. There's just some reason, like my audio wasn't on or things like that. I don't remember what exactly, but I was like, you know what? I've tried this 3 times. It's been over like 2 hours. I think this is a sign telling me not to do this video, so I stopped. But yeah. I'm sorry, I'm sniffling. I'm feeling the sleepies. And my computer this is my little laptop, so it has an hour and a half left on it. But I feel like around this time, because now it's after 3 hours of me talking, it's gonna start buffering randomly. I don't know why it does that, but it does. But I'm finally feeling the sleepies. Usually I pick up one of my little countries books that you see me flip through and start reading through them, and that usually knocks me out, but sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, medieval history is in the works. It's just that, in my opinion, European medieval history is boring and sad. Whereas in other parts of the world, it's absolutely fascinating. But whenever you look up medieval history, it's about European medieval history. I'm going to move and the chair's going to squeak. Oh, it didn't. Okay, fine. So, I don't know. I wish there was more out there about like the medieval years in like China or Baghdad, or like we've got like the Aztecs and the Mayans, but yeah, like that period of time around the world was fascinating, but all we hear about is European history and about the Black Death and serfs, kings, and it's in the Crusades, which I don't know. The Europeans really flubbed up the Crusades, and we only hear it from the Europeans' perspective. That's why I did that video on Saladin, because he was kind of a badass. And in the West, in America, we don't hear about Saladin. And he was pretty baller. um, yeah, we hear about like when who's the history nerd reading history books, whenever you hear about the Crusades, you hear about Richard the First or various other like British or European knights and stuff. And it's boring. I mean, Richard the First is kind of interesting. Um, you can see another German ASMR video. It'll happen someday. It was just cursed that day. Whenever something happens, there's been a couple of videos I've done where I feel like this is not happening right now, and I have to stop. It's happened far more than I'd like it to, but I feel it. I know when a video is not working and I have to stop and delete it. There's actually a lot of videos on my channel that I stopped and deleted and started over, and it came out great. So, and they're up on my channel. Richard the First, on his way to Jerusalem to liberate it from the Muslims, his mom was Eleanor of Aquitaine. I'm just going to talk about this. I think it's interesting. This is the only interesting fact about the Crusade from the European perspective. His mom, Eleanor of Aquitaine, who was also a baddie, she was amazing, wanted him to get married because he was now king of England and he needed an heir. And he was like, well, I want to go on crusade. I want to go fight in Jerusalem. And she was like, I've picked out this German princess for you. She's great. You'll really like her. And he ran off on crusade before his mom could introduce him to this German princess. So Eleanor of Aquitaine, being a freaking badass, went on crusade. She went and picked up this German princess, met up with Richard, surprised him on the road, and was like, here she is. And can you imagine? I mean, one having like a super overbearing mom like Eleanor of Aquitaine, and then just like, I feel like they met up in like the south of France. They ran into each other, just being like, Mom, what are you doing here? And she's like, I brought your new wife. Let's do the wedding. So they got married against Richard's will, but they got married. He wound up going to Jerusalem, didn't really fight. He just kind of negotiated and, figured things out politically. I don't think he really even saw any real combat over there, like maybe a little bit. And once like treaties were signed and everything, he started to head back. And when he was in Austria, he was kidnapped. This random noble held him prisoner in his castle and wrote to Eleanor. It was like, I have your son, the king, and if you want him back, you have to pay. Which and no one could figure out. Yeah. Ooh, Jewels of the World. That's interesting. There's a lot of colonial history behind Jewels of the World, though. It's kind of sad. Thanks. Is this all true? This all happened. So the British were like, well, the English were like, we need to find our king. He's been kidnapped by this Austrian guy. And they figured out where he was because a wandering minstrel, was singing a song about King Richard. And he heard from like the dungeon, like the little windows in the dungeon, Richard singing back to him and was like, oh, there he is. We found him. But they wound up paying the ransom, which apparently that's like, it was such a high ransom that Austria as a whole got super rich, and it all went into the pockets of the soon to be known as the Habsburgs. And that's how Austria became an insanely wealthy country. They just built off of the ransom money. And as Richard was going back through France to head back to England, he was killed by an arrow when he was trying to siege a castle. So that's the story of King Richard going on crusade. That's like the only cool. Well, then King John, his horrible little brother, is another interesting story. The worst king ever, which John only becomes king because Richard was killed, and he didn't. I don't think he even like slept with his wife. Like, there's no evidence of it. He was just not interested in her. Yeah, like it's a crazy story. So Richard's dumb little brother John. Yes, we're gonna talk about King John right now for whatever reason I've done. Aren't the Habsburgs still in power today? No, they are not. Not even a little bit. They lost all that during and after World War One. But Richard's horrible little brother, John, his baby brother, everyone hated him. Even his mom, Eleanor of Aquitaine, everybody hated John. Everyone knew he was an idiot. But Richard went and got himself killed in France, trying to come back from the Crusades. And the next person in line is stupid baby brother, John. And John is an absolute idiot in multiple different ways. He, what was it? He lost the original crown jewels in the ocean. Like, the original, like, William the Conqueror's crown in 1066. He lost it in the ocean. He did so much stupid stuff. The Magna Carta happens because of King John. If you know Robin Hood, King John is like the king that Robin Hood is trying to steal from. He's an idiot. The Magna Carta happened because people were like, you are so stupid, we should take over the government. Like, you can be king, but we're going to make all the rules. And John was like, no. So they tracked him down, held him down, and forced him to sign the Magna Carta, which essentially created the British Parliament that we have today. That's how that was created. It was created because King John was such an idiot. And yeah, the list of stupidity of King John is long, and there is a reason that there is no King John II. After King John, there was kind of an agreement among the royals of Britain that there will never ever be another John in the family, and there's no John to be in the family after King John. There will never be a King John II. Anyway, that's, in my opinion, that's the only interesting European medieval history. Eleanor of Aquitaine. Bye, Julio. Thanks for joining. Eleanor of Aquitaine was awesome. She was really wild. I mean, in the Lion in Winter movie, which is great, she's played by Katharine Hepburn, which tells you how much of a badass Eleanor of Aquitaine was. The Lion in Winter movie is about when their dad, Eleanor's husband, was still alive, but it was very clear that like he was gonna die soon, and it's Christmas, and all the kids get together, and it's like King Richard trying to be the best before he's King Richard, and King John being an idiot, and their other brother starts with an A. Arthur? No, I forget. There's a middle brother who became a monk, I think, just to get away from this crazy family. It's a great movie, The Lion in Winter. It came out in like the 60s or 70s. It's hilarious, in like a historical way. But yeah, that's, in my opinion, that's the only interesting medieval history in Europe. I found nothing else interesting in medieval history, is what I'm getting at the end of this story. What am I drinking? This is actually water, but there's flavor in it, so it tastes like, it's like tropical fruit flavor, which I don't know what that means, but it's really good. But this is just water in my water bottle. It's just flavored water, because sometimes plain water's, I don't know, not as exciting, I guess. And then I'm staying hydrated, you know. And there's no sugar in it or anything. There's some vitamins and stuff, but yeah, nothing else I found is that interesting. I love water. I love water too. Water's great. It's another word I can't say with my accent. We say water, water, not water. Water. You have to say the T and the R. Water. We say water. Medieval architecture. Yeah, see, like, Asian medieval history is so cool, like in Japan and China and all throughout Southeast Asia. Like, we're just talking about Angkor Wat on my channel. Like medieval history, medieval history around the world is so fascinating. But when you look up medieval history, all that comes back is European stuff. And it's really boring. It's just the Black Plague and some of the Crusades and facts about serfs and how miserable they were. Like, hello, like it's so much more interesting in other parts of the world. The Middle East during the medieval times is fascinating. Absolutely crazy. North Africa, West Africa was popping in the medieval times. West Africa was going crazy in medieval times. That's Mansa Musa times, the richest man who's ever lived ever. It was wild. But you never hear about it. No one knows about the Ghana Empire. Hey, girl, Annalyn, Central Asia. Yeah, I'm about to script Kazakhstan tonight and film that video tonight. It was popping. It was wild. The Mongols, medieval Japan is fascinating, right? It's just I wish that whenever you say like medieval times, it's not European centered because it was boring. Even like the art was boring. Like it was weird, like deformed Jesus babies, but like in Europe at that time, the only kind of acceptable art was religious art, and you can only paint the Virgin holding baby Jesus so many times, right? Until Da Vinci came around at the start of the Renaissance and absolutely revolutionized pictures of baby Jesus and Mary. The empires of Africa, I know, it's absolutely fascinating. All the different cultures still throughout Africa. The Mali Empire. Too much death. Yeah, like it's either just like hardcore religious stuff, like the Pope being awful at that time, and I mean the papacy gets a lot worse after that, but like it's just boring to me. I don't find anything interesting about it, and it's I hate it because European history is so fascinating. There's just so many pockets where it's just so boring. Yeah. I mentioned, I think it's going to be in my video tomorrow. I was like, I think it is in my video tomorrow. I was like, I should talk about schisms in religion because that's drama. Hello. Like the Sunni Shia schism, the Catholic Orthodox schism, the Protestant Reformation, like it's all hot tea in the world of religion. The Anglican Church being from the Church of England, super hot tea. It's all really interesting. The different forms of Buddhism, but I don't really know how those split, but I find those kind of stories interesting. And I don't think that kind of history is talked about enough. I know when I was doing trivia one night and I mentioned the Protestant Reformation and someone asked about like, wait, what? And I was like, oh, sit down. Let's talk about Martin Luther. Schisms are interesting. Religious schisms. Religious conflicts are sad, but churches splitting off into splinter groups and becoming new churches is interesting to me. Or new branches of the faith, I guess, because they're not actual. In some cases, they're not churches or mosques, right? But yeah, I find that interesting. Like how Sikhism came about, how Baha'i faith came about. I would like to do more videos about schisms. But I don't know how. Maybe do like some history tea videos and be like, let's talk about the Protestant Reformation while I'm sipping some tea. I don't know. But yeah. There's so many, like when people talk about, like, I didn't realize this in history, like the African empires, it's like you just have to look at history from the angle of it being like the most interesting news. Like, guess what happened? Like, if you don't think of history as like just boring facts in a textbook in your history class, you're being forced to memorize certain dates and stuff. If you just have to treat it like it's it was an event that happened. It was somebody's real life. I feel like Hamilton has really kind of brought that to life. Like a very boring aspect of American history became like colorful and vibrant, because of that musical. Like you just have to look at history through a different lens, through the lens of just like gossip, tea. Then it's fun. It can be funny, it can be sad. But that's how you make history interesting, at least in my opinion. How's everyone doing? The chat got quiet, and that always worries me. I'm worried that like somehow I'm disconnected or something if the chat doesn't move even a little bit after a couple minutes. Um, but yeah, someone say something. Full on pizza. What kind of pizza, XL? Because I'm a traditionalist. I just like pepperoni. Like if I want to go fancy, I'll add some mushrooms and olives. And, what else? Oh, just plain, just cheese. Nice. Just cheesy pizza. Just cheesy bread. I'm not a pineapple on pizza person. I always see, just pep and 2 cheese. Yeah, exactly. You're all listening to me talk. Thank you. You can't do just cheese. I can sometimes do just cheese if there's a lot of cheese. I like cheese. I'm not a Chicago deep dish person. I like more cheese than sauce. I'm booking a ferry to where? Where are you going? Yeah, I'm not a pineapple person because I always say I don't like cold fruit on my cheesy bread. No, thank you. Oh, girl in a lens on Sporkle. That's great. Do learn some geography today. Learn something interesting. I know I have researching the one of the countries coming up next week, right? No, that was Kazakhstan, which is the next video that I'm going to film tonight. I learned about Nursultan Nazarbayev, and what a weird guy. What is it about Central Asia and those weird rulers? Cooked pineapple, Hawaiian pizza is good. Depends on where you go, I guess. Dublin or Belfast? Well, those are two very different places. Those are two different parts of the island. I mean, same coastline, but one's north, one's kind of south. Interesting. I like meaty pizza. I'm German. I can't. Thin crust veg. That's kind of boring. Thin crust is all right. Depends on how crunchy the. Yeah, let's not talk about bread anymore. Let's not talk about bread anymore. But yeah, I really like New York pizza. I think that, and there's St. Louis pizza, which you can only get in St. Louis, Missouri, because they have a special kind of cheese that you can't find anywhere else. And it's so good. And they cut it into tiny squares, so you eat it like an appetizer, like that. It's so good. From here, they're both mostly the same distance. Bravo, yeah. Oh, pepperoni with barbecue sauce is so good. Yes. Because I'm not a big fan of marinara sauce. If I have that on my pizza, it has to be nice and light. I don't like it slapped on there. But yeah, depends on the weather. Yeah, I guess. Oh, so like, okay, interesting. I want to go to Ireland. I want to go everywhere. Anyway. Oh my gosh, yes, Dave. Let's stop talking about bread. Bread is so good. I have bagels. I might have to heat up a bagel later on before I go back to sleep. Or before I go to sleep. Non-pizza? I've never even considered non-pizza. I love non. English muffin pizza, like the little ones. Yeah, I like to make pizza bagels. But I use cream cheese and then put pepperonis on top. But lately I've just been, when I eat bagels, I just want the cream cheese lately. Not any toppings. Non-pizza. I gotta find some of that. Oh dear. When you want to go to Pennsylvania. What's in Pennsylvania next week? I assume that's what PA stands for. Yeah, I know. That sounds very easy to make. Let's get some naan. Yum, yum. Let's stop talking about bread, please, please. See, I can probably turn off my light now that it's bright. Yes. Okay. The sun is up. It's almost 10 a.m. now. Oh my gosh. Hi, OS Walker. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on, though, because I have been awake for a long time. I did not sleep at night, and it's almost 10 a.m. Cheesecake, don't talk about cheesecake. Oh my God, I love cheesecake. Stop. It's so good. All the cheesecakes. I've never had a bad cheesecake. I've even gotten like a grocery store at night before closing clearance sale cheesecake, and it was delicious. Cherries, yeah, I know. I think just like plain cheesecake is my favorite, but I like all the cheesecakes. um, I don't know. I'm debating if I do vanilla with blackberry. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I think it's finally going to be my bedtime soon. My sleep schedule is so messed up, you guys. I think I'm finally getting tired enough. Do you hear all these crows outside? There's a lot of caws outside. Can you hear that? There's a lot of crows. Yeah, I know. It'll fix itself eventually. Anytime it goes out of whack, it snaps back after a couple weeks, and I'm due for that very soon. So, yeah, I thought it was snapping back the other day because I was getting tired around 10 p.m. like a normal person, but then I woke up at 1 a.m. and I was wide awake. That was sad. But then I think I filmed a video at night. I was like, oh, may as well film while I'm up and it's late and it's quiet and dark. 3 to 4 a.m. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. I used to start at midnight, but sometimes midnight is too noisy, so I start at 1 a.m. and I usually go till like 2:30 or 3. If it's hot, like it is lately, I can only really film for like 15 minutes at a time before the phone overheats. So whenever it's hot and I have to do a video, I just do the one, but I try to film multiple videos in one night. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And yeah, I hate that too. When you wake up in the middle of the night and your body's like, good morning. It's like it's still dark. But yeah, 4 a.m. is when I start to hear garbage trucks, I found out during this weird sleep schedule that I have. I know there because I live next to a school and it's 2 a.m. where you are. My goodness. There's a school near where I am, and a garbage truck comes every school day to take out the trash, and they come between 4:45 and 5 a.m. So when I hear that garbage truck come, I know that like, okay, I need to stop filming because that truck's going to be way too loud picking up all the trash at the school. So almost 2:30 in Australia. Wow. Wow. Just for the waking up. Yeah, I'm finally feeling the sleepy starting to overcome me. And who knows how long I'll actually stay asleep. I'll probably have some more weird, vivid dreams. Because apparently when you sleep in the daytime, your brain gets confused and tries to wake you up. Usually by giving you like a scary or a weird dream to try to shake you awake. I found like I've heard that somewhere once. Which makes sense because most of the weirdest vivid dreams happen. I do write them down. We were just talking about that. I've written down a lot of my dreams as novels. But some of them are just too weird. And I dreamed a video game the other day. Like like sometimes I just like see movies in my dreams. Like I'm not in the dream. I'm not participating. I'm just like watching things happen and it's a whole movie. Like when I went into detail talking about the book I was writing. What was it I was dreaming? I dreamed a video game. I played the story mode and then I started playing multiplayer mode. And then I woke up in the middle of like, it was like an online multiplayer mode. Dream of fluffy bunnies and open meadows. I wish. I have the weirdest dreams. What game? I'm trying to remember it. I should have written it down. It was like oh, you know what it was? It was kind of like Halo, where you're on an alien planet. It was kind of like a shooter. You're on an alien planet and you're trying to like fight your way through different like weird alien cities and alien scenarios. And you start to realize throughout, at least in the story mode, that like you are the aliens, like you are the invader landing on this planet, killing the natives. And you slowly turn the tables and you start going back the way you came to attack your base, and and kill the bad people who started this whole invasion in the first place. You mean British? Yeah, pretty much. But it was all alien and it was all a video game. And then the multiplayer mode is like not the story mode. Like you just meet up people online and do missions. And yeah, like I had this whole dream. I woke up, I was like, I just dreamed a video game. What the heck? My dreams are so vivid. I had this crazy Loki sounds like Star Wars, kind of. It was a lot like Halo, I think. Because I was like the avatar was in a suit and everything. Fighting like going like pew pew at aliens, trying to like clear your way through like little temples and oh wow. Oh, black suit, yeah. That makes sense. But yeah, it was very much like a very Halo looking, but not, I don't know. I had this time travel dream yesterday afternoon while I was sleeping, but like I wasn't me. Like I was just kind of watching, and she somehow accidentally time traveled into like a different dimension, and it got really weird. She wound up becoming like the concubine of this emperor, and she started beef with one of the wives, and they wound up becoming friends because the wife finally believed that she was from a different dimension, and they're trying to work together to get her back home. And it was really weird. I dream very, very vividly. I dream whole movies. It's really bizarre. Battlefront 2, yeah. But yeah, my dreams are weird. I dreamed a whole very strange Squid Game dream after I watched that show. Oh my gosh, aren't high school dreams the worst? Mine have mostly been dance recital dreams, which it's always the same, and I always have the same reaction every single time, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh, thank goodness it wasn't real. That I'm always dreaming that it's like the last class before our show, or it's the day of the show, and for whatever reason I don't go to the class because I'm like, I don't need to go. Like, I'll be fine. And then it's like the day of, and it's like, why didn't I go to the class? I don't know any of my dances. I don't know what to do. And it's that feeling of guilt, like, why didn't I go to the class? Like, it's very weird. And then lots of different stage dreams. It's like an elevated version of high school, going back to high school dream. Yeah, but going back to school dreams are also terrible. I remember like a few weeks ago, I had a dream I had to go back to high school, but I was still like my age. And for whatever reason, I had to go back to class in my late 30s. And I was like, why? I don't understand. I've had dreams so vivid that I've thought that they really happened. And apparently, one time at my last job, I worked at a kids play place, and I did the birthday parties. I organized and booked and scheduled and did all the birthday party behind the scenes stuff. Organized all the stuff. That was my thing. And I had apparently dreamed that one of the managers, when she was first hired, it looked like she had like slapped a kid on the security footage, and our boss had to call her in and talk about how it looked like she had slapped a kid, but she didn't actually like hit this kid. It just looked like she did. And so we were in our office one day talking about security footage, And I was just like, yeah, like that time you slapped that kid. And they both looked at me like, what? And I was like, when you slapped the kid, but then it wasn't, and it was funny. And they were like, what are you talking about? And it took me a while to be like, did I dream that that happened? Because it felt incredibly, incredibly real. And then it became a joke, like, oh, that one time you slapped the kid. It was so embarrassing to be like, I think I dreamed that. I'm sorry. I don't think that actually happened. I wasn't accusing you of slapping a kid. But yeah, I've had a couple of instances like that where something will happen. I had a dream one time that this one person I knew at my job was crying over something, and my boss was consoling her and telling her like, "Oh, you're gonna be okay." And she's like, "I work so hard, and I do so much, and I'm so tired, and I don't feel like I'm respected." And he was just like patting her shoulder, like, "You're doing great. It's fine." And then I went to work that morning, and when I saw her, my gut reaction was to be like, "Are you okay now? Are you better?" And I was like, "Wait, wait, 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 wait. That was a dream. She was totally fine." It was so funny. Like it was so real. But yeah, my dreams are very vivid. Sometimes I go to bed and I'm like, let's see what happens tonight. Let's see what adventure I get to watch, or it's a movie I get to see, or apparently a video game I get to play. I don't know. Very weird. Anyway, apparently people talking about their dreams is boring, so I hope I'm not boring anyone. I am just here rambling. I'm almost on for 4 hours now. Wow, wow, wow. See, I've been lonely is what it is. I haven't had anyone to talk to face to face, even anything like this. I've texted people. Oh, thank you, Axel. I'm glad it's not boring. I've texted people, but that's not the same. I haven't had an actual conversation with a human being in a week and a half. Like the vet that put down my cat, that was the last person I spoke to. So, I don't use Snapchat. It's one of those things I keep downloading and then I never use, and I delete it and then I'll re-download it and then I never use it. I have a personal Twitter that I talk to people on. And like I text people, but I hate Facebook. I'm never using Facebook. All my pictures I had on Facebook are all privated, and my name's not even on there. It's just my initials, and there's no profile pic. Like I don't want anything to do with Facebook. I hate Facebook. Um, oh, I'm sorry, girl. Yeah, it's been hard getting through this because my cat was my best friend, and we've been through so much. So, hey, Genia, thank you. You came kind of during a downer moment, but yeah, my cat was my best friend, and it was really sad to watch him go. And now I'm just very much alone, and it's just sinking in last night when I wasn't even sleeping a little bit. Like I am alone. Like I've been alone for almost 2 weeks now. I haven't had anyone to talk to or communicate with. So I was like, I should just get on live, even though it was like 6 in the morning when I got on. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, XL. That's sad during lockdown too, when you need your dog the most. Sorry. Yeah, it's been hard this past few weeks. Like this is my bathroom door right there. You can see it's cracked. I always used to keep it wide open because the litter box was in there, and now I'm like I could close the bathroom door whenever I want. And like usually the cat sleeps under this desk, so I keep my chair pulled out so that he has space, and now it's like I don't need to keep it pulled out anymore. I can push it under the desk. And that's been hard. I threw away his little feeder. I threw away most of his litter box. It's kind of big, so I'll throw out the other half this week. And like, it's really weird. It's really weird to have my little buddy for 19 years at my side and just not have him anymore. Although I still feel him. Like, sometimes I look over at the bed and I see him for like a second in his spot. And I know it's just my brain, but it feels good for that 1 second to think that there he is. Oh, never mind. But yeah. It's very hard because he's been my normal for 19 years. And just to. Anyway, it's making me sad. I don't want to cry. I miss him, but this is the next chapter of my life. Yeah, like I still have his water bowl out. It's just kind of evaporating in it, but I haven't gotten the guts to empty it. And my cat's hair is still everywhere. I just haven't had the drive to vacuum. Yeah, let's change the mood. Someone ask me a history question. Give me a history topic for me to go off on. I would like that very much because, yeah, my cat is a sad story. Oh. World War II, anything. Well, that's very broad. So much happened during World War II. Oh my gosh, where do you even begin? Because it really was a world war. It affected the entire world, every continent saw combat to some extent. World War II. Here's an odd one. Do history and geography in their nonfiction. What? Would you ever do the same type of thing but medical? I don't know, because I don't know a lot of medical things. Like talking about like human anatomy and stuff. I think that would be interesting, but I really wish that there was like another educational ASMR channel that did medical stuff like I do, so that I don't have to do it. I want to stay focused on geography and history and stuff, but I wish there was more channels like mine. That's one of the reasons that I'm doing my channel, is that I want this kind of content out there. And yeah, I wish there were more channels doing what I do, but with different topics and subjects. But I mean, maybe an anatomy video every once in a while. You know what I need to do? I need to come up with a Halloween video this year. I do have some Scary Place magazines, but I've done that the last few years and they never were really that popular. Like World's Most Haunted Places, World's Most Scariest Abandoned Places. Like, oh, thank you, Excel. Yeah, like I'm making the kind of ASMR that I would want to watch. So I'm so glad that there's other people that really like it too. But yeah, I need an idea for a Halloween video because Halloween is my favorite. Thank you, Genia. I'm so glad I'm there for you every night. I'm glad I could do that for you. I love Halloween a lot. It's kind of my thing. Maybe I'll do like a little Halloween live and hang out with you guys all dolled up like I am for Halloween. But horror and scary stories. Yeah, I do a Halloween video every year and they never do well. And I think this year I'm gonna do thank you, Jared, the spooky mysterious places. Like, I like those videos. I think they're interesting. They never really get a lot of views. Boris Karloff. I that would be very hard for me to dress up like Boris Karloff. I couldn't do that. I'm glad, Excel. Well, I go all out on Halloween. I go full witch mode. I can't reach them over here, but my cloaks are over there. There's my broom, by the way. I go full witch on Halloween, so you will see that. Yeah. But yeah, Halloween's my favorite. It's the best. But like I've plotted out, this year, because Halloween's on a Monday, so I want to do the Halloween video that Friday, because I think maybe one of the reasons that my Halloween videos don't get a lot of views is that I upload them on Halloween, and for most of the world, Halloween's already over. So maybe that'll help. I don't know. Ethnicities and tribes. Like how different cultures do Halloween, like Dia de los Muertos. And show us the stick. If I can reach it, I I'm tethered to my microphone and my chair squeaking. My broom. Okay. Maybe I can do some good tapping sounds with my broom. My broom is not a real broom. It's a ceremonial broom for it. Looks like I'm playing guitar. It's for ceremonies and rituals and stuff. It's not a usable broom. Okay. I'm trying to get this in a way so you can see the broom. It's got little charms on it and some cool sticks. I wonder if they make good sounds. Kind of. I don't think so. Oh, little charms. Kind of. But yeah, it's a ceremonial broom. It's not a. Yeah, I'm telling you, like a Hurley stick. Interesting. Yeah. You know, if I wanted to do like a culture holiday one, I think I'd rather do like winter solstice holidays, because every culture has a winter solstice holiday, and there's some really different ones out there. So, and not a lot of cultures do. I mean, a lot of cultures do like Ancestor Remembrance Day and Spooky Day. It's there in case next door got annoying. I go, shut up, get off the phone. No, it's for rituals and stuff. It's a symbolic broom to you know, like yeah, that's what I am, Madrid. Whenever I get all this clean, I'll do a prayer and hold this and just symbolize the cleaning out of any negative energies that me being messy is brought on, stuff like that. Oh, cool. I'm a druid. Yeah, that's what I do. I've never really talked about that on my channel, other than people asking me what my ring means. True crime. That's a great question, Jared, because I like true crime videos. I never really find them relaxing, though. There's very few ASMR true crime videos that I've actually managed to relax and sleep to. But it's kind of a stressful topic. I would probably do historical true crimes, which, if you watched my last History Magazine, I kind of did a sort of kind of true crime video that happened in France when this guy was falsely accused of being a spy, and it turned out to, like, this whole drawn out court case against him, and there kept being evidence proving his innocence, and he'd go back to trial and he'd still be found guilty. That was kind of interesting. It was really interesting, but it wasn't really like true crime, right? But yeah, maybe it would be historical true crime. Yeah, see, that was a neat story, right? There's another one in another magazine I have that's about this guy whose parents were born in China, and they came here. They had him, and the parents went back to China after their kid was grown up, and he like took over the American business, and they arranged a marriage for him in China. So he like went back. Before, he didn't fly back, like, he sailed back. This is in like the early 1900s. Got married, had kids, so he stayed there for like a couple years and then would come back. And during like his second return trip, they didn't approve his like entry into the United States, because they were trying to argue that he wasn't a citizen. And he's like, but I am. I was born here. And they're like, well, where's your family in China? So like it went to the Supreme Court, and it's a really interesting story. It ends with the Supreme Court ruling in his favor, but then he wound up moving back to China anyway. He was probably like sick of all the court procedures he had to go through just to prove that. That's my landlady. Just to prove that he was a U.S. citizen, and it's all because of racism, because they were being racist against Chinese people. So interesting story. That's a whole little article that we can read one day. Oh, stop. I know what I'm doing for Halloween. Duh. I had it set aside and everything. I don't know where they are. It's yeah, he was like, you know what? I'm going back with my wife and parents in China. I think it's under. I got my groceries delivered the other day, and they sent it in like a million billion shopping bags, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with all of these. So, my history magazines are buried under them. I think, but I've got some history magazine articles, and I'm gonna put up a poll, like which one should I do, and I'm just gonna read all of them. I'll just read them in the order of like how they're voted, you know. But one is about the Beast of Gévaudan. One is about the Fox sisters who invented spiritualism. There's the creepy German werewolf guy who said, "Oh, I murdered and ate these kids because I turned into a wolf." And there's oh, okay. If I ever do Snapchat, I won't. I promise you. I have my Instagram, and that's the only means of direct communication that I want right now. There's one other spooky article about something, but I'm gonna read those for Halloween. That's what I'm gonna do. And do some spooky historical stories. Where are they? They must be under these shopping bags. 3 hours later, realized my stuff is already. Yeah, exactly. Same handle for the Insta. Yes, ASMR Geographica. Over here. Yes. 1 second. Oh my gosh. This one and this one and oh, what is it? Oh my goodness. This one. Okay. Stay. Okay. So. Okay. I just got the new Halloween or the September October issue of History, and they always put spooky articles in the October one. So this month is Dante's Inferno and the Tower of London. But I'm going to read to you. Oh, the Jersey Devil is the other one. Jersey Devil, Peter Stump the Werewolf. And then in this one is the Fox Sisters and the Beast of Gévaudan. Yeah. I'll read those for Halloween. If you don't know what any of those are, you're in for a treat. So all these topics are very interesting and very spooky. Most of them are hoaxes. At least the Beast of Gévaudan will never know because it happened so far back and there's like no actual evidence we can prove if it was real or not. It was probably just a wolf eating people and sheep and stuff, but yeah, it was probably just a wolf, but it turned into a whole thing. The King of France got involved in it. But yeah. This one I read from last year because I read this Vlad the Impaler article. Let's listen to some page sounds. But yeah, we have. There's a 1765 drawing of the beast. As you see, with some good magazine sounds, the beast is terrorizing the French countryside. Oh dear. Look at drawings of various beast encounters. Hello. Various beast encounters. Oh no. Yeah. Gosh, I love magazine sounds, you guys. There's an article in here about Egyptian death masks. Let me show you some Egyptian death masks. Oh, there's a big old airplane. That was a low one. This is a mask from 33 to 3100 BCE. Ooh, spooky. A death mask being like, everyone knows King Tut's death mask, right? Like it's stuff like that. But there's many different varieties of death masks throughout history. This guy looks really cool. He looks pretty chill. This one is kind of spooky because it's turned black. He's got a crooked smile too. There's King Tut right there. And we have, look at this. This one's called Mystery Man. Look at that hair. And there's, let's see. Oh, wow. I'm trying to see their names, but I don't think any of these have names. Let's get out. Most famous, definitely. By far, most famous Egyptian death mask. Absolutely. This one's a lady. I think most of these are ladies. Yeah, you can really see just like how the whole sarcophagus trend changed over history, right? This is Susanes I, and it goes into detail over how they did all the stuff. But yeah, this is an article I'm going to read. One of my channel members picked it because yeah, I know, it's really interesting, all the different ways that people get buried. Okay, this is an interesting article that none of my members have chosen, and I really wish they would. This, I might just do it randomly one day. In 1784, this Spanish monk drew the Book of Revelation and drew pictures of what he imagined the apocalypse would look like. So let's look at some of them. This is a bunch of, this is a dragon with like 1,000,000 heads going after all these people. Viking history is interesting too, yeah. Let's look at his art of the apocalypse. This is all about his life and all that. All right. So, this picture I'm going to show you is the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I'm sorry your headset died, Anna. Check it out. So, I wonder if you can see. I should turn my light back on. There we go. The 700s depiction of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Can you tell who's who wore? Well, this one has a sword too, but he's got a little friend there. A small nap. Go for a small nap. So maybe that's pestilence. I'm not sure. I love the sound these pages make. I hope you can hear it because I can hear everything a little bit louder than you guys. This is Revelation 9 about, I don't know the Bible, so it sounds crispy and great, right? It looks like, try not to hit the mic, but I'm still trying to see. There's an angel and a bunch of demonic things jumping out. What was going on in this guy's spare time? He drew a whole book of the entire apocalypse. This is Revelation 11. Always love interpretations. Isn't it interesting? It looks like people getting tried for something and this dude's head fell off. I'm not sure. I do not know the Bible, so how many shrooms did they eat? No, he was just living. Wow, I turned gray. He was living in a monastery in Spain that was slowly being occupied by Muslims. Like they were slowly encroaching. So it probably did feel like the end of the world for him because he lived alone in a dark place where a lot of people who also lived there didn't really talk all they did was just write out Bibles, and they prayed all day. And I think that's enough to drive someone a little stir crazy and draw an entire visual depiction of the apocalypse in every single form. Oh my gosh, look at it's God. It's God. Do you see him? And apparently these are sinners being cast out. And then this up here, it says it's the angel blowing the seventh horn. I don't know what any of these things mean. I don't know nearly enough about Christianity to know what all these mean. Angels and dragons. This is from Revelation 12. Check it out. I was playing Diablo Stop, that's so funny. The horns of signal parts of the apocalypse. That makes sense because it said the seventh horn. So this is another many-headed dragon thing. And it looks like people are trying to fight it and stab it. Some people have died. It looks like, I think the pure white people are people that are dead or dying, right? Let me do it elementary school style. Right, hold it up and try to look at it with you. It looks like some angels are trying to save them, but they are all scratched up, and that looks pretty bad. Looks like a scary time. This is cool. Revelation 17. The punishment of the great prostitute. The heck? So she comes down on a beast with 7 heads. The heck? So wild. I only know like the Norse apocalypse story, Ragnarok, and I guess little snippets of the Christian apocalypse story, but what other? Surely there's more apocalypse stories. Yeah, it's Ragnarok, right? Yeah, Revelation 20. An angel in the abyss. Wait. The snake is Satan, it says? I don't know how to read the Bible, but check it out. It's an angel, and he's holding the snake who is apparently Satan. It's an interesting drawing. This dude, I mean, there's more multi-headed creatures fighting, and this dude had, there's Satan. Look at, I see. That's definitely Satan down there. Look at this guy. It's like a black goat man kind of thing. That's got to be Satan, right? Whoa. The world reborn. Ooh, I'm pretty sure that's how he appears in the Bible. Yeah. Oh, a snake. Oh, that's true. Yeah, in the Garden of Eden. I know some things. Oh my God, it's Jesus. Oh my gosh, it's, I guess, Jesus like making the new world, and all the people that got through are happy now, and he's coming out of like a plant. Look, it's Jesus. Like you've never seen him before. That's like the end. That's the good ending of the apocalypse. History of saints or religious figures. I would like to, as long as it's not too political. Full color version of what? I wish I had more detail. Reveals the vision of the world after the millennium had passed. Hey, girl, Nolan, that's okay. Checking out for Revelation. That's fine. This is apparently what the world looks like after the apocalypse happens. Which I don't know. That must be God up there. And this is hell down here, I'm guessing. But yeah. Oh, I read this article too about Timbuktu. So that's it for that magazine. And then Vlad the Impaler. Chilling in chairs. Yep. That's apparently what happens after the end of the world. You just get to sit around all day. Let's check out some Dante's Inferno. which the world's most famous fan fiction. What I find interesting about Dante's Inferno is how so many aspects of it have been taken as like biblical fact when it was really just like Dante writing like his revenge fan fiction, talking about like people he hated and seeing them in hell, and like laughing at how much they're suffering. And then he like finds this girl that he had a crush on ages ago up in heaven. Like it's literally a self-insert fanfic, but he came up with like purgatory and what all the circles of hell meant and what all the circles of heaven meant, and all the ranks of the angels. That's all Dante. It was a Bible fanfic, and so many people take aspects of that story as like this is what the Bible says. And from what I know, the Bible does not mention like purgatory or anything. This is Dante getting kicked out of town, and so he starts writing revenge stories about how the people that kicked him out are in hell now. That was the whole point of the Inferno. That's the whole point of it, was that he wanted revenge, so he wrote stories about mean people. This is Dante seeing, what was her name? It is a giant revenge fantasy set in the Bible. Beatrice, that was her name. He sees this girl Beatrice. Apparently they knew each other as kids, like as acquaintances, and then one day he saw her walking by in Venice and went, that's my true love, even though she was already married to someone, and he just thirsted after her so hard, and she died like very young, and he was very sad, and he wrote the second half of his book about her. Yeah, hardcore. the ultimate like yeah, I'm not gonna get into that, but like it's the weirdest story. Like if you put it in terms of like now, it's like it's a self-insert fanfic. Like, it's a self-insert Bible fanfic of him laughing at people that he hates in hell, and then finding the girl he had a crush on when he was a kid in heaven because she died in real life, and then they walk around heaven together. I don't know. Oh, my computer's dying. It says it's got 15 minutes. Let me finish flipping through this and then we'll wrap it up. This is literally a drawing of him laughing at people kicked him out of Venice. What's the quote? That's the Pope. Because he didn't like the Pope. Like the current Pope that was still alive when this book came out. It's such a random story, but people take it as biblical fact because it's such in like the whole Christian zeitgeist kind of thing. Like people think that the stuff in Dante's Inferno is in the Bible, and it really is not. It's just a dude who was mad and lonely, sad that his crush died. But yeah, I think the rest I will show you guys in a video. There's an article about the Forbidden City, which is an amazing place. My gosh. I mean, best castle, probably Forbidden City in Beijing. I don't think there's any better kind of castle. This is a weird article about Spanish galleons, but it's mostly about how people like who wanted to move to the New World lived on these ships as they immigrated, and how miserable it sounded. Like it sounded awful. Yeah, there are rats and disease, and yeah, it sounded like a bad time. But yeah, that's gonna be that. have a video for you guys coming out next week, not from this magazine, from a book that's down there. But it's going to be a whole video on cave paintings. I hope you like it because I like it. That'll be out next Thursday, if all goes well. So with that being said, I've been on for 4.5 hours talking to you guys. I may be back on later tonight because that's what I had planned to do. It's going to be a nice, cool evening. As long as no neighbors are throwing any loud parties, because usually there's like live music and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, Axel. This is what I look like as a tired, sad, depressed person. Look, there's a big bag of cat food still sitting there. Like I'm kind of a mess. So I'm glad you think I look gorgeous. I'm just trying. Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down. Like I said before, I'm gonna private this video, and when I wake up, I'll get a good thumbnail and title, and I'll put it back up. So it won't be up right away. It might if you're really fast, but it will be up later this afternoon because this isn't a bad video. Strange question: what pattern is the shorts? Oh, it's Slytherin. It's Slytherin. My Hogwarts house. Yeah. These are my most lightweight. Okay, my computer says 2%. Okay. My most lightweight pajama pants in the heat, so that's what I've been sticking with. They're men's pants too. There's a pee hole. But they're cozy, so I don't care. Gender isn't real. It's fine. Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down now because you can tell that I'm getting sleepy with how delirious I'm starting to sound. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. My computer's at 1%. I gotta go. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. I hope you all have a good day.